It's just recorded our conversation, imagine.
All right, so it's 8:03, let's get started. First of all, before we get into today's tasks, the three we looked at, I started back on section 1 of our working document and just did some proofreading and made sure that our original is there, striking through. In blue are any words we've added. I've kept highlighted in yellow anything we need to go back to at the end. The big thing is, the old charter uses councilman, and the new proposed, when they did the proposed, I remember the back and forth, and they came up with alderperson. After Googling it, the terms that are most commonly used, I have at the top of our working document, which are counselor, which is the most common used one, council member, alderperson. Just for the sake of clarification, I've been going through and using the term council member.
I like
It just changes
throughout.
that's what I'm working from
I
the
think
beginning.
that's really-
Cool.
It changes the semantics of a sentence here and there, but it does
Yeah.
not change any content. So it doesn't have to stay that way. There we go, city and call.
Everybody up?
It doesn't look like anyone's in, and I don't know why I do that. So anyway,
If there's nobody in the call, it will try to.
try to shut down.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
if you tell it to
Okay.
stay on.
That's what I just did. All right, so I just wanted to say that. So I'll continue to work on this. I'm up to section 14 as we clean things up.
Thank
It's
you
a little
for
tedious.
doing all of this, Sharon. I know it's a lot.
Well, I did it outside yesterday and kept getting kicked off the internet all afternoon. Anyway, that's where I just, if anybody goes in to look at the document, that's what I do.
I handed out two things that I worked on just for the sake of discussion. They may be fine, but easier to get it going. So one was on 26, which is next on where we left off, and then the next one is on 30, which is going to wrap up a whole bunch of things, I think. So hopefully we'll get there.
Is that it?
Yeah.
You give me one.
No, well, I emailed it to you.
Oh, that's,
There you go.
thank you. Okay.
So, so on 26, I said that I'd do a little research about budgeting and whether you do different checking accounts and that kind of stuff, and nobody does that. But what they do require is that it is separated out in the city system. So any expenditure is coded towards it, so they can pull that up at any time, so that any expenditure or revenue that comes in is coded by our system. And that's pretty much what everybody does. As far as accounts, and I guess, I didn't find anybody that had a separate account.
So so accounting wise, they take care of it all internally.
Through the system.
And they have one checking account which actually can help them cash flow.
Yeah, and then we discussed voting. So, and I'll just kind of read this, and it said, I found that voters generally do not approve water or sewer operation budget because these utilities operate as enterprise funds, which we are. This means they function like independent businesses. Their daily costs are entirely funded by user fees, not municipal property tax revenue. And for operational continuity, water and wastewater treatments are strict legal and public health necessities. State law requires municipalities to maintain these systems, making their daily operations non-negotiable and exempt from ballot policies. So that pretty much sells it. And I think that's what we were talking about. So if you vote down a budget and the state or regulators have come in and said, you need to do this, and the voters voted down, and we have to shut it down. I mean, you know, you don't want that. So, as far as I'm concerned, and there's a lot more about that. They're heavily regulated by state, environmental, and utilities. And you have to do whatever's necessary to safely run it.
So can I ask a question?
Yep.
I understand that. However, that hasn't happened. How can?
Yeah.
I hear you. How can there be something in the charter that allows for enforcement of that? Because a big part of
Enforcement
following
of,
the water sewer
well, there's nothing.
enterprise, because it was used as a way to screw us. And it did.
Well, we're going forward, don't forget.
Yeah.
That's
And we're gonna work really hard not to repeat
checks
history.
and balances.
Right.
And if there isn't a check and balance, and there's got to be a
Well,
document.
what
to check.
particularly hasn't happened in your?
The sleight of hand by the way money has moved back and.
Oh, well,
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
yeah.
addressed,
Oh, we
I have
did, yeah.
addressed
Okay.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, did you read 26, what I wrote?
Not yet,
Well, maybe you should.
okay.
Yeah.
That may-
You covered it, yeah.
I think,
Okay,
you never know.
yeah.
Danny was gonna do a little, did you do a little research too?
Yeah, so, a lot of it
Same.
covered.
Yeah.
I've combed through all of the city charters, and so they don't actually, there's no mention of enterprise funds in any of the city
Yeah,
charters.
right.
I wanna look at some of the town charters, because a lot of the towns are more comparably sized to Newport than the cities are. But enterprise fund is not really mentioned a lot in the statutes. I ran a search and it only came up a few times. But in doing research outside of the state statutes, almost all municipalities who operate a large-scale water and sewer system of their own do have their funds in enterprise funds. That's kind of the prescribed method by the state for handling that kind of impact. So there are some city charters that do kind of spell out how generally water and sewer funds and rates are determined. And for example, Montpelier, Burlington, they basically say that that is set by the city council. It's determined by the city council. I can't find, so far, I'm still researching, there's a lot to go through, but I haven't found any city or town in the state of Vermont that allows a vote on how those accounts are. Those are just maintained at the, or not at the discretion, but those are maintained by the city council. It's not voted on. So I don't think there's a precedent for it, and in fact, as to Charlie's point, I think it's kind of an opposite direction. I do think that we can certainly include language like Charlie has that says that those funds can't be moved around. In most, as far as I can tell though, in some of the other city charters like Montpelier, there is the ability to move those funds around. That's actually outlined in their charter that they can do that. So as far as precedent goes, that's what I've been able to determine so far.
So that being said, with our current section 26, it only says water system. So I think we need to add in, if nothing, before we begin, we need to add in and sewer, correct?
I think it should be water and sewer
Sewer.
department, the heading.
Department instead of
It's
system?
not one department though, because in the state statute, it specifically talks about water, the water fund and the sewer fund. And it says water income can only be used, expenses can, for instance, have to be for water, from the water income. And you can't switch water income into sewer income, let's say, and use it for sewer. So they are discrete.
So can we say water and sewer systems?
Yeah.
Systems, yeah, that's okay.
That just adds an S, which I have in blue, to what we currently have.
And currently, if I remember right, there's separate charges for water and separate charges for sewer, right?
I can't find it, we don't
Well,
even
I
have
mean, in your
anything
bill.
addressing service.
On your bill.
Oh, on our bill, yes, it comes in one statement, but it's
Right, but
separated
it's
out.
separated.
It's a
out.
utility
I'm
bill
wondering-
and they separated that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, when, you know, we're looking at what it says now, the city council shall establish rates to pay for the water that's supplied. Do we need another section that says the city council shall establish rates to provide for the sewer rates?
Well,
Let's-
did you read what I wrote? I think I addressed all of that. We may want to put on the third paragraph, the operating funds for the water and sewer department shall be kept separate from the general fund of the city.
Copies of that, Charlie, wrote.
Right there.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, we were hoping we were gonna be there.
I didn't make it.
Hi Dennis. Dennis, we are working on number 26, the water and sewer. And
Right.
Charlie emailed you a copy of a draft that he put together last night for this section that we can use as a starting point.
Okay, I'll go get that.
Okay. He also sent you another one for number 27 too, when you get to that.
Okay,
Right now, we're on 26 though.
right.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is what Ann just talked about. that
Yeah.
Water income and expenses need to be separate from sewer income and expenses. And so that's the fact, and we
That
want that.
traditionally they have done.
So
So if we
we
put-
want that reflected in the charter.
Yeah.
Doesn't that say that? Maybe it should say funds. The operating funds for the water and sewer department shall be kept. Probably should be
Just say separate.
separately and from the general fund of the city.
Okay, if you say keep separately, you're going to require two bank accounts. Because you're using the same employees. I think what you want to do is have it is separate accounting systems.
Shall be
And
accounted
not
for.
specify your
Shall be-
banking,
Instead of kept, accounted for.
accounted for separately.
Alright, I have to pull this up. You emailed this to me. On the city side, on the city, my city account.
Yep.
So I took up these. Water sewer right here. Perfect, okay. So I'm gonna do some cutting and pasting there.
Up on the first part where I put Title 24, Chapter 129, probably should strike that. If I wasn't thinking. We mentioned statutes, but you said not to specifically mention a particular statute. So the state of Vermont regulates an awful lot of how you can do stuff.
That one sentence does need to be rewritten though, because all that sentence is saying is that cities and towns have to do this. It's not really directing us in the charter to do it. So
What
this,
do you, what one sentence?
under Vermont's uniform water and sewer disconnect sections. So it would just be, you know,
Must follow.
whether, whoever you want to reference it to, back to the city council or to those departments, must provide for connection and disconnection services, issuing notices, and an appeals process in accordance with state law. Because then it's telling them you have to do this way, not the state says we have to do this.
So if we put under Vermont's uniform water and sewer disconnect status, the city of Newport must follow.
I think we can,
Uniform
I
procedures
think
or
what
something?
Travis is saying, if I'm right, I agree with him. I think he's saying strike under Vermont's uniform water and sewer disconnect statuses and just say, procedures for disconnecting service, issuing notices, restoring services, and handling appeals will, I are governed by state law.
Or just start with, provide for, because it's assumed that that department or, by extension, the council is providing for these services that Charlie outlined in accordance with state law. Provide connections.
Semantics.
disconnection.
I mean,
It
I think
is.
under Vermont's Uniform Water and Sewer Disconnect statutes, you're already addressing
But
that.
didn't you say, oh, go
But
ahead.
I don't care if anything changes.
Your problem is you've got an ordinance that's addressing that. So I think what you want to do is we'll establish ordinances to operate
See,
the water and
that's
sewer
good too.
system.
That's great too.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why we.
Sorry, I would have interrupted, but I had my hand
No,
up.
the council will establish uniform procedures.
You still have to follow state law.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it is, and it's all in there, and part of the problem is the change that's happening with how you can collect delinquent water and sewer bills and what the shut-off powers
So would
are.
this,
So they get
would
addressed
this
in the
sentence
ordinance.
contradict the statute?
I think you probably could shorten it of just say that, I would just say that the council shall establish ordinances to control the operation. I would go into,
Except that counts, the ordinance would have to follow state law, because
Yeah.
it's state law, and the
And-
ordinance
and-
can't supersede that. Yeah.
yeah,
But that's implicit.
yeah.
Okay.
But what if the state law changes our ordinance?
Well, then,
That's unless. I
When,
don't know how it's
when
written.
the state law changes, we have to abide by the change, as far as I know.
Now, that depends, because the state law also specifically says in many instances that the charter will govern over state law, so it's unclear.
That's-
The other thing that will seem to me to be a problem is, some commissions, water and sewer commissions are not the council, so you don't have to have a.
Name one.
I don't know.
I couldn't find one.
I know, but
It's not
if you,
Yeah.
the board then of water and sewer commissioners, especially if they have two other members, will not be able necessarily to make ordinances, because only the council can make ordinances. I'm not saying you should get rid of the possibility of two.
I just threw that out there for,
That's
for-
fine, but you're gonna have to watch your vocabulary on who can do what, because I don't think the board would necessarily be able to adopt a ordinance when that's the province of the council solely.
the council is limited to what they can do, but they do have specific duties that they have to make sure are taken care of.
I just
So
mean.
the only reason I put the 2 residents on there is because of all the problems that we've had. I just figured I'd throw that out there. Some towns do, most towns don't.
I think it's great, but I just mean that
But it may, so.
the board would not be able to write an ordinance that it would have to go back to the council.
Well, that's kind of like the
Yeah.
work of any
Who
other task force,
who writes an
right?
ordinance doesn't make a difference. It is the council who adopts it.
Adopts
They
it,
adopt
right.
I mean, we
every-
wrote as the Water and Sewer Committee a amendment to the ordinance. It's in legal review, it will go to the council for adoption.
Right.
So no matter what your overriding power for ordinance making is the council, which is why I would think that you want to refer this all back to the power of the council.
And also by putting that word may in there, doesn't mean you have to, but you have the option to if you
Yeah.
so choose. So
Right.
that leaves a little flexibility.
So let's assume that the town or the city has totally lost faith in the city council's ability to do it.
You mentioned that.
And they request that we have somebody use it. Then if it's not in the charter, we can't do it. If it says they are the water and sewer commissioners are the city council, then can you add to that?
I think so, because I think under the powers that we have
Under
written
city council.
city council, that the city council has the authority to appoint,
Yeah,
right?
so
So
you're covered.
I think you're covered anyway.
I don't even think they would love the idea unless you put it in there.
I threw it in there because we've had enough issues with it.
Well, it's a checks and balance kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Let's keep it. Big-
I mean, they don't have to do it.
But they,
I would highly recommend that they do it.
I
You could
like
have
it.
somebody like Jennifer who's been working on it,
Yeah, I was only suggesting
you
that
know,
if,
that they could appoint to it and knows a hell of a lot more about it than most of the people on the council.
exactly.
if you add that they should come up with ordinances, you should also say approved by the council.
Well, they have to be anyways. Ordinances in the charter already say that the council must be.
And I don't even necessarily think that that sentence even has to have the word ordinances. You're right, that's how it gets done.
Yeah.
You're right. But the only thing is that if you're going to say it at all, is that under the charter, the city will provide these services in accordance with state law. Right now, all it says is the state says you have to do this. Great, the state says we have to do this. We need to say we're going to do this in accordance with the state, or leave that part out. We're going to do this, but it's just a language thing because.
So
it's a
must
charter.
follow uniform procedures, doesn't say we have to do it.
Well, it says the state says we have to, the way it's written.
But there's also now, and Dennis brought this up on Monday, there is a booklet, what is it called? Which,
Yeah, that book.
it's the
Oh,
book
he's
Dennis
there
talked
now.
about, and I,
He's there now.
yeah. And I found a reference to it online in the Vermont State Statute information. That is kind of like the guiding principles for how the water and sewer systems are supposed to be run. So there is that working document. It's not just every city or every municipality can go in and do whatever they want to do.
No, and actually, if you're hooking up new customers to the system, you have to get, you have to go through the state as well, I think, for authorization.
So-
That's what the council approves. You've approved the establishment of the reserve fund. And the
Well-
state establishes the amount of water required for new work.
But we don't have to go into all of that.
No, that's
So-
all, that
It's all
that
in
isn't
that
even
booklet.
in our ordinance, yeah.
So what I was trying to do is just say, who's gonna be the sewer water commissioners? They have to follow the rules required by the state. That they can appoint two residents, I just threw that in as another one. The operating funds should be kept separate, which I think is really important, and they can't be commingled. I
Yeah,
put
that third
I put
paragraph.
that sentence in there.
But that's the accounting piece, right?
Yep, yep, but it hasn't been done. That's why we
Right.
got
That's the
in
mess
as much
we're
trouble
in.
as we
So,
did. So, and
yeah,
it's not spelled out in the charter, so I figured if we spelled that out in the charter,
so there, if you say the operating funds for
funds
the water and sewer department shall be accounted for
separate.
separately
From each other, separately from each other and
And
separately from the general
Separately from each
fund.
other and from the general.
Separately from each other and,
You could put in separately again from the general fund of the city.
Actually, or the water and sewer will each be accounted separately from the general fund. Make sure
And
the ordinance it. Because then it implies that they're separate from each other and the general fund.
say that again.
The water
Here we
and
are
sewer
with
funds
semantics.
will each
That'd be great.
be accounted separately
Shall
from,
each be.
yeah, shall each be accounted separately from the general fund.
Okay, the operating funds for the water and sewer department shall
Each,
each
and then that means they're separate from each other.
be kept separately from, so what else, what am I taking back out? Shall each be kept separately from each other and
Account-
Just
separate,
from the general fund, just from the general fund.
and get rid of the fund.
Kept separately should be accounted for.
Yes.
And from the general fund, or?
Actually, say department shall be accounted for separate.
Shall be
Shall
accounted
each
for.
be accounted for separately.
Shall each be accounted for separately.
And from,
And from?
No, you can just say from the general fund, because that means that each of them are separate from the general fund, and that would mean that they're both separate from one another.
It doesn't make them both be separate. They're
Can-
saying they'll,
Your plural makes them
Can you
separate.
read it?
You're plural. You're pluralizing funds, you're
so when you
pluralizing
pluralize
departments.
funds, it makes it, okay.
Yeah,
The operating,
I'm good with that.
the operating funds for the water and sewer departments, we need an S there,
yep.
shall each be accounted for separately from the general fund of the city.
I don't think that necessarily does it. I think you need to say separately from each other and separately from the general fund.
Shall be
Because
accounted
if you
for.
just think as a conglomerate, they should be accounted for separately from the general fund.
I'm, okay, I was just an
Shall
effort
be
to-
accounted for separately
Use those words.
from each other and the general fund of the city.
And separately from the general fund.
Okay?
It just emphasizes that each one is going to be separate.
And separately from the general fund of the city.
I'm good with
I'm fine with that. Dennis, are you following us here?
Unbelievably, yes, I am.
Okay, is it making sense to you?
Yeah, I don't know, it seemed like it was a little bit wordy. How many times are you using the word separate?
Twice.
No. Um,
Come up with another word.
could you read it one more time?
The operating funds for the water and sewer departments shall each be accounted for separately from each other and separately from the general fund of the city.
Yeah, I think that sounds all right.
I don't know if we need the second separate. But I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
You could do separately both from each other and the general fund, that's another way to.
yeah.
Let's just leave it.
I'll
I mean, we
do
could
that.
be on that one sentence for
That's
now.
fine, okay.
So,
Can we go back to the
the
beginning?
lawyers will probably change it anyway.
Can we go back to the beginning of this section and update me what I needed to change because my formatting was all
What
messed
do you
up.
mean?
So the city council will serve as the board, as the
Well, I think you want to change will to shall.
will,
No.
shall, serve as the board, water and sewer commissioners for the city of Newport. Is that
I
correct?
think it
The
should say
board
board
of-
of water.
yeah.
Water and sewer commissioners for the city of Newport, period. The governance powers and responsibilities for water and sewer systems shall be vested in these commissioners, period. Powers include operating and managing water/sewer systems to ensure compliance with state water/sewer laws and environmental standards and setting rates.
I think instead of the slashes, you go and in
Put ands instead of slashes.
I think, honestly, listening to that second sentence again, I think you can cut the rest of that paragraph,
Yeah,
because it's all contained in that sentence.
yeah, absolutely. I think
Instead
that
of-
paragraph can just stop there.
And under Vermont's uniform law, da-da-da-da-da, get rid of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the laws and environmental standards, et cetera, that we're operating within in
And-
the last sentence.
And that could change, like, if we call it out specifically, like, they could change the uniform water and sewer disconnect statutes, so we should just, sewer laws, state water and sewer laws covers it.
Yeah. But put a comma after that first state and water sewer laws. Get rid of the and.
Yeah,
Hmm?
it shouldn't be and environmental standards.
And setting rates. It should be water and
Oh,
sewer
well.
laws, environmental standards, and,
No, he's right. It's in compliance with those two things, and they also set rates. To look cleaner, you might want to just take the setting rates part at the end and move it to right after the water/sewer systems, comma, setting rates,
there you go.
comma, and to ensure compliance with, then it'll look. That's what
Sewer
you mean.
systems, put setting rates after first.
Yeah.
Powers include operating and managing water and sewer systems,
Yep,
comma,
setting rates,
Yeah, okay, put it
setting
like that.
rates,
Yeah.
yeah.
and, to ensure. yeah.
Or,
set,
and ensuring compliance.
and, yeah, because
Ensuring.
operating is ing, and just. And ensuring compliance with state water and sewer laws and environmental standards,
Yep.
period.
Just get rid of the rest of it.
Yeah.
Oops. And then the rest of that whole sentence, that paragraph goes away?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't put
but
that
in
in.
hit delete,
Since it down,
it's gone.
whatever the state's telling us. that's what we do.
So,
Okay, we're good with that paragraph?
yeah,
The water and sewer commissioners may reserve the right to appoint up to 2 resident customers of the water and sewer system to the board.
so you want, you're changing who has authority, even though the city council is the board of water and sewer commissioners. I think maybe you still want to say the city council may, and I think you don't need to reserve the right, may appoint up to 2 resident customers of the water and sewer system.
Instead of the water and sewer commissioners?
Because, I mean, the power is with the city council to appoint, right? It's not with the commission.
I have a question on that. So last time, did we talk, I might have misunderstood what was said, but is it true that some people are water customers but not sewer customers?
Yeah.
So
And
under
the reverse
that,
is true.
under this sentence, would the resident customers that the water and sewer commissioners appoint have to be both water and sewer
Well, we
customers?
could put or instead of water, or sewer systems. Customers.
And to be appropriate, you should get rid of resident, because you might want one of the industrial people who doesn't have to live in the city because it's what, Columbia Forest
Yeah,
products.
that's very true.
So I think customers, if you want to limit.
Who would be, is there somebody on there like Derby? That's what you're talking about?
Not really Derby, but the original.
Because Derby
the-
buys water and sewer.
Yeah. The original Water and Sewer Commission ended up with, basically, landlords, the hospital, and the hospital is, there's not, it's a resident, but the CEO and Columbia Forest Products. So they would not have classified as residents.
That was just a committee, not the commission, though.
Yeah. But, so what I'm saying is your expertise is not necessarily with the everyday resident. So you should say customers. But if they're the designee, the hospital could designate
The
their
reason I put
representative.
resident in is because everyone that I researched, a lot of towns do this, not any cities do it.
Oh, okay.
All said that they had to be residents of the city. I didn't,
And nothing says you can't form a committee of
I mean,
whoever you please.
yeah.
Can I just,
Well, we can just get rid of it. It's gonna take
I think,
an hour to figure it out.
I just have one scenario to ask about. What if you had a couple of councilmen that were on one side of the water issue and a couple of councilmen on another? These are elected people to represent the city. And they were gridlocked.
I'm sorry,
But
they
you have
were,
5.
Grid
You
lock.
have 5.
Your city
Grid
council
lock.
is a 5-member.
You have 5.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and things were being decided by tiebreaker by the mayor, right?
Yep.
And 2 council members decide, I don't like this, we're losing all the time. Let's push through adding 2 people and let's make sure those people are on our side. And I just say this because you've got elected people there, and now you're talking about the elected people appointing, and could it change? Then now these 2 people that are getting a vote and maybe changing how the decisions are being made
Well,
are appointed by the council.
you can make them ex officio. So they don't have, they can sit on the commission, but they don't have a vote.
Sure. If that scenario popped in my head, and I just wondered if that's
Well, I think that,
is the elected versus appointed.
I think we have to be careful that we're not too restricted because of changes that can happen in the next 50 years too. At the same time, your scenario, because of the way we've said in the charter about the mayor breaking a tie, and then the council can override that or go back, it's all stated in here.
Sure.
I think we'd be okay.
And I guess the crux of it is not, you know, what would happen if things changed with the new 6-person or 7-person board. Is it appropriate for people that are levying what is effectively a tax, usage fees,
Yeah.
to the residents? Is it appropriate for those people voting on that board to be
Right.
appointed and not elected?
I think, getting back to all of this now though, do we keep the word resident in there, or do we take it out and just say customers of?
I think Travis is saying he's against it completely. I think
Well,
he's saying.
I just want to make sure that I'm not necessarily against it. I kind of like the idea of having, you know, residents.
Well, so theoretically,
Yeah.
even if it's an appointment that the entire board would have to approve,
And
right?
it's-
Or a majority.
That it would
You would
majority.
have to pass a vote. Yeah.
So,
And it's still only advisory, because anything that happens has to be approved by the city council,
You have to follow state law.
and you gotta follow the state laws, right?
So you're giving the board the right to set rates. Doesn't say it has to
They
get
do
approval
anyway.
from the city council, right?
Yep.
I mean, you have to look at the powers that you're giving the
Oh, I
board.
see what you're saying.
So I mean, you could,
Who
you have
sets the
somebody
rates
from
now?
Columbia in the hospital, and they may not want the rates to.
The council is advised by the water commissions right now, or in the past, the city manager. So of late, with the exception of 2 rate increases, I think it was the water committee that existed at the time, then we had 2 rate increases, and then it's been basically what the second committee's been doing. But all of them are approved by the council. The point is, the committee gives you the justification. So I think at any point, you know, the city council or the commissioners could ask a committee to get together to review the rates and present it to them. And we just are presenting the rates, you know.
And why?
Yeah,
That's the key, that's the important part.
yeah.
so,
Should it say recommend rates to council then instead of set rates?
well, I feel like we're conflating 2 different things. Commissioners are not committees. Those are different. The
Yeah.
commissioners are the city council. That's spelled out in the first sentence of this charter. And maybe what we're discussing now is whether or not we also want to have these 2 these 2 customers also be on the board. But then Mike's saying, then we're having people who aren't on the city council setting rates, or are we? I think either we have to strike this, or we have to really spell out how a vote would work, because we're not talking about a committee. We're talking about the commission, and we give the
Right.
commission the power to set
Yeah.
rates.
And the state statute specifically says about the duties of water commissioners. The water commissioners shall have the supervision of the water department and shall make and establish all needful water rates. It doesn't say that it gets approved by the council thereafter. Whoever's on the commission decides what the rates are. And I assume in a city, they could set up a water commission that was made up of just citizens. And then the citizens would set the rate. And if this is followed, then the council has no say in that.
So Brighton, for instance, has that.
Yeah.
Brighton, town of Brighton, they have water commissioners that set rates, they do it.
Yeah.
Council, the
And
select
we
board
do
does
too.
it.
Basically, what happens is, and I forgot this till we got into this discussion, the city council is meeting, then they meet as the water and sewer commissioners, and they adopt the rates. So it is, they're meeting as the board of
but then the
Commissioners.
commissioners.
Yeah, so if you
So
appoint
that part's correct.
yeah, if you appoint, 2 residents to the commission, then they would have to be there at the table doing the vote. Because the vote is not, it's not by council, but it's by the council when they're wearing their water and sewer hat.
Unless you made them ex officio, they weren't council, they weren't commissioners, they
Yeah.
were just like
Well,
advisors.
they're members of the board, but they don't have voting
Oh, well, why can't you just add that to the end then?
You can,
powers.
The city council may appoint up to 2.
Non-voting
Well,
resident.
just say ex officio.
yeah, ex officio, that's
Okay,
what-
yeah.
Nobody will
spell
know
out?
what it means
Yes.
though, Mike. Nobody will, I
Well,
don't even know what it means.
well, it's pretty
Yeah,
standard.
it's standard.
It's
It's
standard for
standard,
any
yeah.
board, yeah. So I have, on the ambulance board, the CEO of the ambulance is an ex officio member of our board. Can't vote.
Right, but they provide input,
Provide
have discussions.
That's not,
What's
that's
that
not.
word again?
Okay.
Ex, EX.
You got that part.
and
It's two words.
Officio, OFF.
ICIO.
Yeah.
I see what?
ICIO.
Yep, I didn't get a line under it, so it's good.
Just one thing that occurred to me in this discussion is sometimes, like you used the example of Brighton, they have a separate commission. And
Yeah.
sometimes you take the politics out of running the water and sewer system by having separated from your political body. And that's something else
It is
you
true
may want to
because
think of.
sometimes, and I've pointed it out a number of times, sometimes what's in the interest of the water and sewer users with respect to rates is not necessarily in the interest of the council and the voters because they would like, more to be paid for by water and sewer if you're a citizen. And let's say you could be a citizen without having water and sewer delivered by the city. You've got a well and you've got a leach field. So the interests do not necessarily coincide, and we always assume that they coincide. And so that was why all the shifts of various salaries got put into water and sewer, because it made the budget for the city look better. I don't know how you deal with that, but that's what Mike was saying in terms of who's got the interest.
For this particular paragraph, if we say the city council may appoint up to 2 customers of the water and sewer system to the board to serve as ex officio members of the commission. Does that cover us?
The answer is no, according to AI. Yes, ex officio members typically vote and hold the exact same rights as other members.
I think AI is wrong.
AI is not always right,
Okay?
in all
I can
seriousness.
tell
It's
you-
saying ex officio is because of, they gain a seat
Okay,
because of another office or position they hold.
here's what I'm
That's
gonna
right.
do. I am going to highlight that in yellow.
Yeah, and check it.
I personally will do a little research on that, and I'll write myself a note.
I can tell you when we're drafting statute language, when we, draft anything that people are voting on, that, we might put the Secretary of the Agency of Commerce
Yeah.
and make them ex officio so they don't have a vote.
I-
But
Yeah, just saying is,
Okay, I've got it down and it's in yellow, and we'll go from there.
And you definitely decided you wanted the council.
Well, I just Googled it too. So the common misconception is that ex officio means non-voting or strictly honorable. So it's not necessarily.
so maybe you want to put
Maybe you put non-voting.
Voting rights. A common misconception is that ex officio
I just
members
read that.
cannot vote. In
Non-voting
reality,
members
they
of
have
the
the
commission.
same rights
How
as
about that?
anybody else.
Well,
Rights,
yeah.
privileges, and
If you want, you
responsibilities.
can get rid of members of the commission and just say commissioners. Right.
City council may appoint up to 2 customers of the water and sewer systems to the board to serve as non-voting members period?
Of non-voting commissioners, it's the water commissioners, right? That's the board of water commissioners.
But you're a member of the board, not a
I'm just gonna leave it right, I'm gonna leave it like this.
Sometimes
Clear.
an organization's rules will specify that an ex officio member cannot vote to avoid conflicts of interest or clarify that they
Okay,
aren't.
we're covered by
Blah,
that.
blah.
Yeah.
You can cover it.
Yeah. The next paragraph, the operating funds for the water and sewer departments shall each be accounted for separately from each other and separately from the general fund of the city. Expenses and income budgets shall also be kept separate from the general fund of the city.
And didn't we just say that?
I'm on that
No, I'm just thinking that sentence,
expenses and income budgets shall also be kept
oh,
separate.
that's operating fund, okay.
Yeah, operating funds
Yep.
for the city. At no time shall funds from the water and sewer department, UNS there, be transferred from or to the general fund of the city.
Why not just add to the operating funds and, operating funds, expenses and income budgets for the water sewer departments? And you eliminate,
All those words.
you know,
Okay, tell me where again. The operating funds.
Comma,
comma, expenses and income budgets. And keep going on the rest of that sentence.
and you can eliminate this.
The operating funds, comma, expenses and income budgets for the water and sewer departments shall each be accounted for separately from each other and separately from the general fund of the city. Period. Are you suggesting getting rid of the end of it now?
No.
Expenses and income budgets shall also be kept separate from the general fund of the city. At no time shall funds from the water and sewer departments be transferred from or to the general fund of the city.
So that second sentence, you go,
The shall, after income budgets, you can get rid of shall to city. That's what he was getting at, he just put it all in one sentence.
yeah,
Okay, it's not showing me where.
the second sentence.
Right here. So if you're gonna put income and expense up here,
Yeah,
you just get rid of this, shall.
Expenses and income budget shall also be kept.
that city there, that
Is that what he
sentence there.
says?
So, I'll leave it back, 'cause this is adding words anyway.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
and I know you're gonna say it's semantics, but I think it's more than semantics. Are we saying expense budgets and income budgets? Are we saying expenses and income budgets is a separate thing from expenses?
Hmm?
Are we saying expense budgets? Are we
Yeah.
talking about an expense budget, or are we talking just about expenses?
I
Expense
think you
budget.
wanna get rid of the S is what
Get
you're
rid of the
saying.
S, is that what you're
Well,
saying?
Yeah, or just.
Expense and income budgets.
I think that we need to say expense budgets and income budgets, because if we say the operating fund, expenses and income budgets shall be kept separate, but we're not saying expense budgets, we're saying expenses. So I think we need to be very clear that we're talking about
Expense
expense
budget.
budgets.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
In reality, I sort of like them separately, because if they're the whole concept is simpler for each one if you make separate sentences. It gets confusing when you add the operating fund.
You start getting the sentence out like this.
Yeah, it gets long and
The operating funds.
Either way, it amounts to the same.
Expense
it's
budget
equal.
and income budget for the water and sewer departments shall each be accounted for separately from each other and separately from the general fund of the city. I'd say leave it, let's just keep it like that it is. And I don't need, here because it's all.
With respect to the last sentence,
Okay,
I want you to know that they keep a running tally now of how much is owed really. And at the end of the year, and in the accounting system and the auditors, they actually say the water and sewer department owes, let's say, the general fund, $200,000. And they say, or they say, you know, the general fund, might owe the water department a certain amount of money.
but is that to get us out of this mess?
I'm sorry.
Is that,
But I
No,
mean,
it's-
it shouldn't be accounted for.
There could be reconciliations that that are done by the auditor.
Yeah.
Yes.
The problem you have is you have joint employees. You have employees that work in water and sewer and public
Public
works.
Works, yeah.
You know, and that doesn't account for any of the people who are doing, you know, the billing downstairs or any of that. So you're always going to end up, if you have all of the salaries and benefits go, there is gonna be at some point, if you did a straight line right here, a point where water and sewer might owe the general fund, but the general fund might owe the other one. I think you don't,
It
you
shouldn't,
wanna
it
say,
shouldn't if they do their accounting properly.
they can't avoid it, Charlie. They
Sure
can't
can.
avoid it.
Sure they can. We have four divisions. I'll use ambulance, I use it a lot, but I mean, we're a $8 million operation also. And we are accountable to 4 separate contracts for different towns. We have to keep all of that separate, so that we know when they go out on a call, that call is coded to that department. And when they go out and do flush a hydrant, then that work should be coded.
And it is all
sewer.
coded. But my question is, when somebody cuts a check, does it get subdivided into those, do they pull the money from this fund and pull the money from that fund? They're paying the salaries out of one general checkbook. And then they're accounting for it.
It's the
And-
background that.
Yeah, you
Well-
don't want, the way you have it phrased is not, I don't believe, feasible to do in any business.
Well, so the,
Sure.
yeah, I'm not sure I agree with you, but because we do keep that separate.
You do, but how many checkbooks do you have?
We have one.
You have one checkbook. Okay, there's your answer.
But
If you read
it's
this
not
in
saying
the,
you can't write a check, it's just saying you can't transfer funds, because if the enterprise fund, any revenue that comes in, any revenue that comes in.
comes
from-
into this pile, and my taxes come into that pile. And I have an employee who's doing stuff for the city
Mhm.
and doing stuff for water and sewer. So we need a third checkbook to combine those two, so we're transferring only the right amount of money so you don't expend it.
Okay.
You would transfer in your,
Yep.
I just,
Okay, listen to this, I'm gonna read what Travis just said.
Can I just say
Where'd
one
you get
thing
that?
about that? And just with the school taught me a lot about accounting that I didn't know before. Yeah, so go and say, well, we're nowhere near meeting our budget yet. I need to get this X amount of money for this thing. Well, there's no money in the bank. Well, it's all just money in the bank. You may allocate, but it's one pile of money in the bank. It's, the key is you gotta keep the accounting separate and accurate. Because you may have to spend all the money you have in the bank one day to cover an expense, and it's not a water and sewer expense, but more money is gonna come in, and you have that allocated, you know,
so you're saying we
And-
do not have an
I'm-
enterprise fund that revenue goes in?
We do. What I'm
That's
saying
the
is
chart.
this line is wrong. The way it is worded is not what you really want to do.
How, okay, listen to what this,
So let me just ask a question. So do we have an enterprise fund or not? Or do we just say we have?
You have on paper, like with Travis there, you have on paper your enterprise funds.
On whose paper?
The
In your
the
account.
bookkeeping.
You have one account, one bank account for the city.
Yeah,
You don't have a separate enterprise fund at the bank, and you don't have a separate
Yeah.
account for.
So
I think that's a mistake.
So then the
If that's the way they
enterprise
do it.
fund,
they have to, because when you, one of the keys of accounting is they say, this is how much money we're getting in. If it's not there yet, they're still adding it to the budget, which is why Travis has a budget where he has money in it and there's no money in the bank to pay it.
I mean,
I
the
think we
greatest-
just talked about this at the beginning of the meeting also, is that I think we were talking about it as one fund that the city has.
One checking.
One checking, well,
No.
one bank account.
Should.
And that all funds flow into that bank account because it helps the city with cash flow. Make sure if you start separating those out and you don't allow for some monies to move from one to the other to cover expenses before monies come in, then you're hamstringing.
So how do we write in this charter
Oh,
that
I
they
think-
can't do what they
It's,
just, what
it's
they just
accounting, but
did?
it's accounting that, it's the accounting issue that they had, not the money issue.
Can I read, this is wording Travis just sent in?
Yeah.
The water and sewer enterprise funds shall be maintained as financially independent enterprise operations. The city shall not allocate or assign general governmental expenses to the water fund or sewer fund, except where such costs represent the actual and proportionate costs of services, personnel, facilities, or resources provided for the direct benefit of the respective utility. All such allegations shall be supported by a documented cost allocation methodology. Is that an AI, did you, AI?
Plugged everything in that we needed. So it still lets us split out employees if we have split employees, but we have to say it's 40%.
Yeah.
And it keeps it separate in the accounting. It says we have to keep it all separate in the accounting. And I was thinking about what you can't move money from water and sewer over to the general fund. And I thought, well, and it's also important that the opposite, they can't just park expenses over, and then I thought, that's how you do it, that's how you move money over. You just assign expenses to that budget that aren't really belonging to it, which has happened in the past, I think. It just says
Yeah.
you can't do that. You have to, if it's a city expense, it has to stay.
Well, that's what my intent was there, so I don't care how we word it, as long as it's made pretty clear. It stuns me that we don't have a separate enterprise fund.
Well,
But I'm not gonna make that part of the charter, as long as we make
I
it
don't
clear.
actually want to bring it up though. I think
Yep.
we should bring it up. Let's talk about it.
Yep,
Why can't we just say it has to be in a separate fund? Other cities keep their
I can
enterprise
answer
funds
this.
in a checking account.
I
So-
can answer this. You have this big thing that the water department needs to build, this new state-of-the-art sewage treatment, whatever. It's gonna be built, it's budgeted, it's in the rates. The rates were increased, and at the end of the year, they're gonna have enough money to pay for this, but we need it now. And all the millions in tax money have come into the one bank account. That way you can take city tax money, build your important thing that they need. But by the end of the year, when all the revenues come in, the water rates have paid for it. It is coming out, accounting wise, it's coming out from their money. But you don't always have all of that particular money up front, like you have tax.
But that's what
but
got us in
that's-
trouble.
But that's the case,
Exactly.
that's the case under the system we have now. But there is plenty of precedent. There are plenty of cities that keep their enterprise fund in a separate checking account from their general funds. Why can't we just say that's what we'll do?
Do we know they do?
yeah.
Do we know that other,
Yeah, I just looked
She,
it up.
yeah,
I
we did a
was
ton
just-
of research.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
I just looked it up. So,
Montpelier does, I know.
And in a perfect world, what Travis says would be true, but we're not living in a perfect world. And we have depleted every account that we have in this city, every fund that we thought we had, we've blown it all.
So,
Because-
going forward,
Yes, but
I know, yeah,
covered it, covered
Go
it.
ahead, Jen.
I think that
Cover our-
to stop all of this, the problem that you have is we always, for years, going back in the 80s when I was on council, there was a debit credit between water and sewer. Lots of times they owed the city and it supported the city. Sometimes it went the other way. And I think you can look at it, and every single annual report has it. The problem we ran into is we had a city council that would not review the rates. We had a proposed rate increase that was voted down by the council. So what happened is, in an ideal world, we would not be in this situation where we are slapping up the rates like mad. We would have kept them going up. We used it as a cushion, so my feeling is, you want to blame anybody for what happened? Blame the city council. The city council, and maybe blame our clerk treasurer for not saying, you idiots, you need to deal with this.
And with respect to.
Sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you're right.
With respect to water rate increases, they don't occur annually. They occur whenever the committee is asked to look at the situation and see if we don't need a water and sewer rate increase. They could occur at least 4 times a year. And with respect to building a big structure, then if you're building a big sewer structure, then the loan is technically the loan of the sewer department, and that money should be available at the time that you're building. That they've got to take it out and the rate goes zooming up as a result of having to build this building. So there shouldn't be as much of a need for city to.
Sure.
But so I really would like separate accounts because there's a better account that way. But I understand why. Cash flow though shouldn't be. I mean, cash flow, it seems to me to be in violation of what this statute says, because you shouldn't. When the water and sewer money comes in and you happen to need it to pay a loan of the general fund, it shouldn't really be happening. And then the only reason it happens is you've got this one account, you take the money out of it.
Well, then if we go, so the next paragraph that Charlie had here, rates shall be determined and adjusted annually by the amount needed to cover all expenses of the department.
No, it doesn't occur annually.
It doesn't now, but should it?
No, it doesn't occur annually.
You're
As
in
needed.
violation with the ordinance. The ordinance says it shall be reviewed. I think, I didn't bring it with me. I believe what's under coming back. They will be reviewed annually, but you can do a rate increase at any point. You just have to do the rate increase with your warning. So at this point, you did not have you could possibly have a rate increase if we establish, increase by the end of August. And it would be effective with your February billing.
How long's that ordinance been in place?
Ordinance been in place since whenever the
they-
latest
they've
one
never
was, I
followed
think,
this.
77, and we have a revision that's being done, where we did address that the commissioners must review annually.
So should that be reflected
Yeah,
in the
but what's
charter?
more important, in the charter or the
The
ordinance?
charter is more important, so
Right.
whatever the charter says, the ordinance would have to comport with it.
Well, then, what you should do is say, shall review the rates.
Be reviewed. Rates
You
shall be
don't want them,
reviewed.
you don't want to limit the setting of rates to just annually.
Right. At least annually?
Yeah, we
And
could,
adjusted as needed.
as needed, yeah.
Yeah, should be reviewed annually and adjusted as needed.
Well, that would mean, that sort of infers annually.
But I think it's flexible enough.
Well, if we say at least annually, then
Rates shall be reviewed
that
at
could
least
leave
annually.
the opportunity
Yes,
for review to happen more often, and then, but yeah, I agree that that should be spelled out, because otherwise, they're gonna say, well, we have to wait till the annual review to adjust the rates.
And I know Jennifer just made a good case for why you should get the commission away from the politics.
Agreed.
I'm
You
just
need
saying.
to appoint
Here's the pro- here's the
separate
pro-
water
here's-
and sewer commissioners.
Here's the problem, we run into that. So if you do that, how do you elect them? Are they elected? Are they appointed? If they're appointed, it's still being done by the city council. If it's elected, who the hell's gonna run for it? What if they
Well,
don't
that's,
run? Then you run it
by
down.
electing, you're politicizing.
Nobody runs for anything.
You're politicizing if you like,
What's
right?
If you appoint-
What town did you say, was it Barton? that you-
Brighton.
Right.
It does fix your resident/customer thing. In Texas, we have municipal utility districts that are separate from the city. So you may have a water department that crosses some lines, and it's everybody in that is serviced by that water department is part of that municipal.
Burlington's similar.
But you have county government,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which we don't have.
Can we come back now then to, we can,
Well, there's a lot we haven't decided. So
Right.
on the enterprise fund thing, just to
Yeah.
begin. So if we're saying we have an enterprise fund, but we really don't have an enterprise fund, for a separate fund, and why are we saying we have a separate fund?
Well,
So we either do or we don't. And let me just finish. So I can understand where payroll, especially with water and sewer, because they do both. Public Works does both. We run one payroll check, not two. If you really were trying to keep them, if you get too restrictive with this, they have to get two payroll checks, one from water, one from sewer, that's a nightmare. So, so maybe some of this doesn't work. But we need to do something in the charter so that what happened before never happens. And we should be able to word it somehow or another, so it's,
Well, I think we have a good start. I think
Yeah.
we're almost there.
I think what you
So we're
want to
getting
do
closer.
is just say that the city council must meet as the board of water and sewer commissions and review rates, budgets, whatever, and at least annually. I think what happens is the council is unaware that they're water and sewer commissioners, so they don't realize they have that responsibility.
But when it was pounded into the heads of the group that really blew it, they went, back off, don't tell us. what
Well,
to
yeah,
do."
they didn't.
Yeah,
But how do you protect from the fact that, let's say, the water and sewer fund has a surplus of $100,000?
Mhm.
Because you don't know. I mean, you're basing your
You did.
expenses and stuff.
Okay.
So you end up with a surplus of $100,000.
Mm.
How do you say that surplus can't be put into the general fund?
It,
That's my, or vice versa.
but the
You can't
problem
take
is,
money out of the general fund.
it's
to-
never
to
put
do a
into the
deficit.
general fund, it's accounted for, it's paid out of the general fund, because everything's paid out of the general fund, or the general checkbook. It's accounted for in the water and sewer department.
I understand where it's
And-
accounted
and
for,
that's
but
what-
but I'm worried about where it's spent.
But that's
Not
what the
where it's
statement
accounted.
that I gave
But
this
it
year.
is where it's spent.
No, it wasn't in the past, Jennifer.
No, it was stolen.
That's why we got $800,000 in debt.
A deficit in the sewer fund of
It
$800,000.
was paid
So
for.
the loan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the commission, that's, Travis is talking about, you have the money, you pay it, what were they supposed to do, go into default on the sewer plant?
Well, they were supposed to raise their rates, but we also had a time when they had a surplus.
Yeah.
Went into the general fund.
It's
Right
in
now,
that
you have
paragraph.
that,
Huh?
It's in that paragraph.
I think
You can't charge
yeah.
things to the water and sewer revenues that are city expenses.
Yeah,
The city
that
shall-
sounded pretty good, actually.
Okay, the water, let me read it one more time
Yeah.
and see if we can live with this. The water and sewer enterprise funds. Are we okay with the term enterprise funds?
So I looked that up, just the definition, and it is just a business and legal framework, the accounting framework. It doesn't mean you have separate checking accounts. You can have separate checking accounts, or you can sell an enterprise fund
Okay.
and do it separately.
Shall be maintained as financially independent enterprise operations. You okay with that sentence? The city shall not allocate or assign general governmental expenses to the water fund or the sewer fund, except where such costs represent the actual and appropriate cost of services, personnel, facilities, or resources provided for the direct benefit of the respective utility. All such allegations shall be supported by a documented cost allocation methodology. That last sentence maybe can be a little.
When you say the city,
The city.
are we talking the city council shall not, the city treasurer shall not?
All,
City of Newport?
Who would allocate, who has the power to allocate?
city council.
Only the council.
Or is it this
But
commission?
the treasurer has to follow due diligence and bookkeeping, so I think all of them do.
Right.
So if it's the city, it'll cover everybody involved.
And the city manager, who is supposed to be overseeing.
You want to read that first part? Does that include, so expenses, but what about income?
Can we go after them?
Does it include that? So that takes care of-
financially independent enterprise. The city shall not allocate or assign general governmental expenses to the water fund or sewer fund, except where such cost represents the actual and appropriate cost of services, personnel, facilities, or resources.
It's just expenses we're talking
But the money's already in the bank. The way that the city takes the money is by saying, I'm gonna pay the mayor's salary out of that in the accounting ledger. So it is expenses. The income just sits there.
about.
So-
That
You
probably,
just-
that would probably work.
You just can't say we're shifting now, we have a reserve now, or,
Right, which we've done in
and
the
we're
past.
gonna move that into the general fund. You
Yeah.
can't do that.
Well, it's usually been done by claiming expenses, increasing the expenses of how much
Well,
a
yeah, but that.
salary is, that goes, that needs to
But
be paid.
what that's saying is it has to be
It has
actual
to be.
expenses.
I have a
So
question.
the only way you get around that is you have to fight that. But you can't necessarily have the charter protect you from a sleight of hand from a city manager or a council that wants to do something inappropriate. But if you find out that it's being inappropriate, then you're in violation of the charter, if you put it that way. What we've got now, it's not. So I'm feel fairly comfortable with
Jennifer, with what I just read, does that cover, I mean, the task force you're on has done a lot of work to right a wrong.
Yeah.
Do you feel that this covers the work you're doing and protects us from never repeating history again?
I think Shelley says it doesn't, sleight of hand can happen. What I would say is the water task force is meeting Thursday night. So if you provide that, I'll send it out and we'll put all the brains on it. It sounds really good. You know, I think it will do, but, I can't
So
process.
why don't we put that in
That's-
and work on that,
Yeah.
give it to you,
Yeah,
and, because this is not a final draft.
I know.
And
yeah.
then if they have something we need to tweak, we can go back to it, but at least we.
The task force never dealt with the accuracy of allocations.
But this does, I think.
This does, but I'm saying, in doing their work, they always just dealt with the raising of the rate according to what was needed. They never dealt with whether it was appropriate to charge 60% of
Of
the
the city
city
manager's
manager's salary
salary.
to water and sewer.
And I don't know how you.
And that's the second part. What we were trying to do was secure the financial part first. And reviewing the ordinances is part two and everything else.
Maybe this
Yeah,
sentence could go into the ordinance too,
Yeah.
or something similar.
Can I also say
Thank you,
that?
Travis.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I've done, Jennifer, I'm gonna cut this section out and print it for you after
Okay.
this. However, one thing we did, I made a note here, that we also have a paragraph that we cut out from section 9, whatever section 9 is.
The duties of mayor.
Okay. And what we cut was
It's
this.
sad that I would know.
The city council shall establish rates to be paid for the use of water supplied by the city water works, which shall be called service rates, and shall be collected by the city treasurer. Such service rates shall be and are hereby made a lien in the nature of a tax upon the real estate so supplied with water, and shall be collected and enforced under such regulations and ordinances as the city council shall prescribe. That is current charter wording from section 9.
I think
Do we need it?
Not if we're gonna have this.
We're covering it with our new word verbiage, right?
Yeah, we're just taking it away from.
But what that is also saying is that you can establish a lien on the property, same as you do for taxes, for non-payment of taxes, property taxes.
Oh,
You probably want that.
And if
And I
I'm
think you want
correct,
that
it's now
because
in
then
the
you can put
ordinance.
that property up for tax sale
Yeah,
to get the money back.
yeah.
So you may
Where do
want
we wanna put
some
that?
Well,
language.
not under powers of the mayor,
No.
which is.
Right, which is where it was. So is this part of the water and sewer department?
It's
Yes.
part of, yeah, the
Or
Board
is
of
it part of
Aldermen.
your
Yeah.
collector of taxes?
Yeah, you may want to take that whole thing and put it after everything we've just done.
Or do you want to put it as Mike suggested into what the collector of taxes would do?
No, because the commissioners are the one who are supposedly reviewing the
It's
bills.
part of
It'd
the
be your
water.
delinquent tax.
What we're trying to do with this charter, for the most part, is if it deals with water and sewer,
Put it-
then it's under water and sewer, so you don't have to flip back and forth
So
I
the
know.
treasurer receives the money for water sewer.
to. Yeah.
Then who goes, is it the delinquent tax collector that then goes after the water sewer?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've already dealt with that.
But you didn't
But you
include
have
water
for
and
property
sewer.
taxes, do we need
Did
to,
you?
does it include water and sewer?
For what?
We just wanna make sure that water
The
and sewer
treasurer part.
are part of, that you can,
I think you want to make sure it's added in there if it's not included in state statute. And the state statutes are what are controlling some of these too. If I realized you were on water and sewer, I would have brought my water and sewer ordinances. No, I can't read them now. I would say lift that section into your water and sewer section and then move on and just come back to
yeah.
it once the questions are answered.
Mhm.
Just keep this in here? I'm gonna take away the
Well, and add it to the water commissioners
Yeah, I've got it
section.
here. All right,
Can I ask one question? Does it make sense that you tell the Water and Sewer Commission that they have to meet at least once a year? Or does it make sense that you tell them that they have to meet once a month?
Well, I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in that one, because as I'm reviewing the city council duties, number 5 is the city council shall serve as the board of water and sewer commissioners. The board of water and sewer commissioners shall meet at least once per calendar year to review the prior year's audit, approve the upcoming year's budget, and to alter rates as necessary or desirable to sufficiently fund the expenses.
Yeah. And we're just,
So we've already got that in.
we have that, and you're just reestablishing it in 26.
Yeah.
But the question is, just from the discussions we've had this morning, it makes me think that the council, the previous councils were not, either not understanding what their duties were as far as water and sewer commissioners, or didn't understand the charter. If you force them to look at what's going on in the water and sewer every month, I mean, you can do that during your, one of the council meetings, and could come up that you don't have to do anything. But at least you start looking, you're forcing the
Right.
council to look at the income and expenses of the department, what's going on, not just once a year, but every month, so that they have a good handle on it.
I think you should, if you do it anything, do it quarterly. Once a month is too much.
That's a lot, yeah.
And what you have to realize, I mean, and maybe not to stand and Sharon, you've been on the council since March. How many full reports of the full budget to date, year, income and expense to date have you seen?
once a month,
Okay.
with Chip, right, that's his name.
With Chip, sometimes not, for instance, last time you didn't have water and sewer,
Exactly.
Has water and sewer always been included on that?
usually, I think. I
Not in very much detail.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
So I think that one of,
At a minimum quarterly.
at a minimum
And then
quarterly, and then they'll be able
then
to
you can-
adjust the rates.
But then you can also, the council can say, well, next month we want to see a report.
Yeah.
Because we're hearing things or something.
Yeah.
Let's say at least quarterly.
Yes, sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So are we putting that under rates shall be, no, that's not rates.
It's a new sentence.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
under
you wanna
city
put it
council,
Under city council, you want to change
under
that.
city
You want it
council
under
duties
city
in
council.
23, number 5,
Wait, 23, number 5, let me get there. 23, okay, I'm on 23.
number 5, you could put quarterly instead of at least once per calendar year.
At least quarterly.
At
Shall
least,
be at least
at least quarterly.
quarterly.
To review the year's, prior year's audit, approve the upcoming year's budget,
Okay.
alter rates as necessary.
Yeah.
as
I've got that in there.
You
Now-
you might want to add current expenditures.
To review current
Yeah.
expenditures, yep. Yep,
Because
so after review, put in current,
Yeah, expenditures. Prior year's audit.
and.
That covered, that's good.
Or-
I feel better about that now, because you're right. We do now, and I believe this is a change, right? That we're
Yeah.
looking at the budget every month as a council.
Yes.
But the water and sewer is just kind of like a section in there. It's not discussed in it as detailed as this.
Mhm.
And we were in an $800,000 mess that we don't want to repeat.
Right.
And a
So-
lot of it is just, it's review, in my opinion, and it's just making sure we're on top of things, right?
And since Chip's been there, people have seen the budget and the income and expenses, but prior councils were not seeing it as often.
Oh, trust me, I'm
And you
on a
should-
little
and
credit
you-
union board, we do it every single month, and I
So,
couldn't believe we
Here-
could do it here.
Here's a little thing about accounting. So, loans are not in your expense, your profit and loss for the year. Loans aren't in there. So, you're not getting an accurate, so when you look at a profit and loss statement, it's just a regular accounting profit and loss statement. It's, here's the income, here's the expenses for the year. Current year. So you may look at it and say, oh God, we're in great shape because we've got $1 million over here and looks like we're up $100,000. What's not included in that is your $75,000 a month payments on loans.
Right.
So you have to look at, I'm just saying this from council benefit, this got nothing to do with the charter. But it's not accurate. So what we do is we have a profit and loss, so we know how our budget's going, according to our annual budget. How are we doing with this year's budget? And then we have another flow sheet that shows all the loans and other expenses that aren't included in that.
Or you want to look at your balance sheet.
So well, in the balance sheet, unless you're a genius, it doesn't tell you all that either. It lumps it all into one thing. And we do it on our accounting system, I'm sure. I don't know what that form is called, but I can find out. But that's only for, well, we don't use that. Yeah, I mean, but that's only for your benefit. So when you're looking at it, you gotta remember the profit and loss doesn't include loans. So if you've got 8 trucks that you're paying a monthly loan on, it's not included in
There's
the
a lot of stuff you don't see.
Why doesn't that come out of your expense? That's an
It
expense.
does come out of your expense, but it depends on how they
Oh, they
post
set
it.
it- set
The
it.
balance
They
sheet
give
is
us a
better.
balance sheet.
The problem you have in the city is most of what you've got a lot of bonds and you've got quarterly payments. Monthly payments are really the exception, that's the cruiser. Your major things are, annual or semi-annual
But the
payments.
the NEMRIC program would have the same thing we have. It's just, I don't know what that
Yeah.
form is, but if I was on the council, I would require.
So Charlie, do your committee a favor and ask the ambulance what the name of the form is
Yeah.
and tell Sharon to ask
I will.
Chip to produce it.
That would be great.
With respect to 26, though, you have to decide whether it's just covering what the water commissioners have the power to do, or whether or not you're now going to include how you collect the debt. And it seems to me that that's somewhere else. When you're adding in what the mayor used to do with respect to the debt.
Okay, well, that's what I was trying to get, just kind of.
I was suggesting you placehold it till we check the
Right.
To
ordinance.
do that.
That was all. Move it there so you don't lose part of it.
All right,
One last thing though, before we move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can't move on.
wait,
We're not
can
done.
you hold on 1 minute?
Mhm.
I just wanna, so number 26, I have the wording we had, and then I put a big or, and I put in green, the AI version that Travis just did, and Jennifer's gonna bring that to the task force and see what they have to say about it. Then we have added in here, rates shall be reviewed at least annually and adjusted as needed by the amount necessary to cover all expenses of the department. Such rate, will be charged only to users of the water and sewer services, yes? The commissioners can set rates, plan system expansions, and address service issues, but must act within statutory limits. Yes? Keep that in there for,
I would say, I think it is covered by ordinance, what you want them to do. You want to give them their overriding powers, then the controlling, document for them would be the water and sewer ordinance. Because I think it is addressed in there, but again, I'm not prepared. So I think if you add all of that, send that whole section, we'll, end up reviewing it for water and sewer and see if, how this dovetails with what we
Yeah.
have.
then the section we cut from section 9 again.
Yeah.
We have the term service rates in there. Now, the only thing that's in the back of my mind is that was a big to-do when we got our tax bills, and it, base rate
Yeah,
versus
yeah.
service rate.
We've
and-
gone to service rate to make it tie with what is in, I believe it's also in the ordinance, service
Okay.
rates.
So such service rates shall be and are hereby made a lien in the nature of a tax upon the real estate so supplied with water, and shall be collected and enforced under such regulations and ordinances as the city shall prescribe. That's the wording in the current charter. Just leave it in here for now.
You're
Yeah, I think
putting it in water and sewer.
It's under water and sewer.
Yeah.
And I also put in bold that it was cut from section 9.
Yeah.
But you're gonna still have to, you have to address the sewer part of it.
And I think you can do that. You've got everything in there for,
Well, let me do it right
you-
now. Why don't I just add the word and sewer like
Yeah.
I've been doing?
Yeah, yeah, because it's
Ugh.
Like if somebody could pay their water,
Yeah,
not pay
yeah.
their sewer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Does that cover that? Okay. And then also, the city council shall establish rates to be paid for the use of water supplied by the city water works, which shall be called service rates and shall be collected by the city treasurer. Do we need that? I mean, that's the original. Is
You
that
need-
straight
But
through?
we should look at, we need to look at the powers of the city council under 5, what we were looking
Yeah.
at before.
for what?
Under
Did you say
23.
that the city
For what,
council's
powers for what?
For-
Well, setting rates,
Setting
Right,
rates, so
so-
we have that as a power of the city.
We're not though. This rates are set by the,
water
Water
commissioners?
commissioner.
This is what I wanted to go back to.
okay.
We haven't cleared this up yet, and we need to, because if the water commission, right now, what we have just written and what we wrote before are in conflict.
Yeah.
Because we said the city council is the water commission, and
Yes.
they have that power.
Right.
But if we make the water commission, even if we give them the ability, if we give them the ability to appoint these 2 non-voting members, then we have to change the powers under city council, because that's different. Because what we're talking about now is the city council doesn't just make up the board of water and sewer commissioners, they're part of it, but they don't make up the.
But we have that word may in there. It's not to say that we will have 2 members of the community.
They can,
If we've got a big to-do going
have
on,
to.
we can say,
Right.
we
but
have
if
the
they-
power
but if
to,
they
and if
do,
you so choose.
Then I think we just need to be, if we leave that in, we just have to be really clear when we're talking about the city council versus whether we're talking about the water and sewer commissioners. Those are, if we
So
add people to water and sewer commissioners, then we have to like talk about that as an entity when they're acting in that capacity.
So the city
So-
council doesn't actually have the power then to establish the rates paid.
Right.
It's the water
We don't.
commissioners that have that power,
Right.
and so that power goes away from the council.
But the council is,
Yeah, later on.
There's a
you're gonna
sentence in
explain.
there that says, and to alter rates as necessary, which doesn't fit.
you may want to take that out from the powers of the council and leave it in 26 as,
Right.
leave it in 26.
yeah.
So we're leaving, the city council shall establish rates to be paid for, blah, blah, blah.
We're not
Well-
making that we're suggesting that doesn't belong in the power of the city council.
Where do you
Right,
see
I'm
that?
I'm underwater. I'm
Oh.
underwater. And
Right.
we cut it from section 9.
If you go back to the city council, make sure it says the city council shall be the board, the water and sewer commissioners. And then potentially define all of the water and sewer commissioners'
In-
actions in
26.
there. It's
Yeah.
why I can't juggle all this in my mind. I guess I'm getting too old. I would love to just have all of that, and that's what I'm saying. Put it all in one section and then figure out where you got conflicts. Some of you can do
Yeah,
it
I
in your
think
heads.
it's a good idea. 'Cause
Yeah,
You're just saying that the council is the board of water and sewer commission, that's it.
and you can say, see section,
So number 5, under council powers, says, the city council shall serve as the board of water and sewer commissioners. The board of water and sewer commissioners shall meet at least quarterly to review current expenditures, the prior year's audit, approve the coming year's budgets, and to alter rates as necessary or desirable to sufficiently fund the expense budgets. That's what it is written, how it's written now, Jennifer.
I think you only need the
That's
first
okay.
sentence, and then you refer to, for the powers and duties of the water and sewer commissioners, see section whatever. Pull the last section of that temporarily into your section, whatever it is, 27, with all of these colored highlights, and then pick and choose.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I'm cutting it out.
Yeah, so just cut out
Because at this point,
everything
you've got
after
two
the
in
first sentence.
conflict,
Did it?
and we've got the ordinance that might be in conflict too.
Yeah, we can just cut out that whole sentence. It's fine. Just fine.
I gotta stop saying this. I'm swearing in my breath here.
That's good. I've heard it before.
Well,
So where are we at now? Is we done?
Hold on.
Twenty-six.
Oh,
I think we're as done as we can be until.
it needs some cleaning up big time.
But you'll find everything does in the end, right?
Well,
Okay, the last paragraph now. The city council shall have all the powers over and in any way pertaining to the water system owned by the present village of Newport that are now conferred on the water, da-da-da. That's the original. Can we strike through that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna strike through that. All right, before we continue, I need to make a note that I need to go back.
Yeah, well, when we get this all done, we're gonna be going back to it again and
Yeah.
say, okay, we've addressed this twice
Okay.
or whatever, I mean, that's gonna be the whole.
We're gonna leave it now as is, and when I clean it up here, I'm going to send it to Jennifer, who's going to, when's your meeting?
Thursday at 6:30.
At what time?
6:30.
You want me to just come to that?
I don't think you really have to. I think just send it, yeah.
Some of us will be there.
Yeah. You can if you want to,
No,
but,
I don't really want to,
yeah, I would say no. Just send it.
but.
I have a feeling their minds are gonna go bubble, bubble, and it's gonna be kicked down a little bit. for the
Yes,
next
so do I.
meeting.
Well, it needs to be. Okay. Can we move on to 27 now? Danny, are you okay with this, everything, all right?
Yes,
Okay.
please do. Dennis, you still awake?
Hey, Dennis.
I am. I
Okay.
have one item here,
Good.
and you can just say yea or nay on this one. Where it says that you, the Water and Sewer Commission may reserve the right to appoint up to 2 resident customers.
Yep.
You want to include any business customers on that? or-
Okay, that's why we took out the word resident customers.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
missed that. Okay, thank you.
yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. No, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, number 27. Now, I have some opinions on this one.
And so these were my big reasons for voting the charter thing down. One was the water sewer thing, which we just did, and making sure that we have better controls over how the money is spent. The sale of property in the proposed charter just said they have the right to do it, basically. And if you look at a lot of communities, they have that same verbiage. The state gives them the right to do it in the statute unless the charter tweaks it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want a carte blanche give the city council the right to sell Rowdy Beach, the Gateway Building, that
Fire
kind of stuff.
station.
Fire station, you know, whatever. So, I don't think it needs a lot of tweaking, but I do also understand that the $1,000 that's in the current charter,
A little low.
I mean, they can't sell a tire off a grader to somebody without approval.
So it's
So,
the same with, would they need authorization to trade in a truck?
yeah.
Yeah.
They
With
would
a
need,
fire truck or?
yeah.
Right?
It says here, the council may authorize the sale of real or personal estate belonging to the city when the same shall not exceed the value of $1,000. That's what it says. So anything that exceeded $1,000, they couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So
That's-
I think that ought to be raised.
But have they then?
I'm sure they have, because they have to.
Yeah.
The tires cost
Um,
more
but-
than that.
Yeah.
So I think that figure needs to be increased considerably, so they can sell an old grader without going to the voters. They can sell whatever. So I don't know what figure. I said 100,000. Sharon said 200,000. Maybe a better way of handling it. I don't know.
They do sell stuff now without coming to a vote.
But according to the charter, they
Yeah,
can't.
well, clearly they've never followed that.
Well,
Well, we're
but
moving forward.
that's why, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and they
So-
also set up a lease for the
We're not there yet.
gateway
That's the next sentence.
over
That's the next
3
sentence.
years.
But it
That's
all
the next
depends too, whether you have reserve funds. If you have reserve funds, say you have a
Capital
Capital
appreciation
reserve
fund, which
fund
I don't
for-
think we do.
equipment, then you can, as long as the voters have voted that in, then the council can
Right.
purchase a new truck or a new grader or whatever they need, as long as you have that reserve fund, but you can only spend it for that.
Yeah.
You mean that we have money in the reserve fund as opposed to just a label, which is what we have?
Right, well, so I know that there's been reserve funds that have been used for other things without voter approval,
Right,
which is against the law.
Yeah.
right.
I know the
Like
Coventry
almost
Street,
all of our
money for
funds.
Coventry Street to upgrade the
Yep.
water and
Yep.
sewer system through there. That money's been taken, and I don't believe it was ever gone through the voters to say that
It did
you
not go through
can,
the voters.
you can now take this money and use it for this.
There was also a substantial amount of money for existing development, I don't remember what the name of the fund was. Like we would have a revolving loan fund, that's what it was. We had a revolving loan fund for businesses. So like when Metalflex came in, we loaned them $80,000 over a 10-year period of time, we paid us back with interest. That money became, we can help out another business, that fund's all gone.
That was a grant, and technically that was allowed because you only have to utilize, depends on your closeout papers, but usually there's only a 5-year lock on there, 5 to 7, and then it goes to the
It
city.
was too bad.
The majority of funds are gone. with the
Most
exception of
everything got
things like the
gone.
cemetery fund, which is
Yeah.
peanuts, and the Niles fund.
Some of the other ones were, there's one that was controlled by NVDA,
Mhm.
the Consortium Regional Revolving Loan
Yeah.
Fund, that did a lot of loans for up here, and I'm not sure
So-
the status of it.
So anyways,
All right, so for the council, I mean, for the charter,
yeah.
so can I just intervene here?
Yeah.
I know that one of the, during the proposed charter, feeling we were covered with the state statute number 24 VSA 1061, which I printed out here.
What number was that in his? You mean in the
What?
proposed one?
Yeah, it was,
It just referred to the statute
it
in the
referred to the
charter.
statute, but here's where I'm coming from. Being a family that has been camping all our lives, both as a kid and with my own kids, I have seen personally our favorite campgrounds throughout New England get purchased by what I'll call corporate America.
Right.
And as soon as corporate America purchases these campgrounds, the sites become half the size of what they were, the rates go through the roof, and there's all these regulations.
Right.
It's only a matter of time before Pride Beach is going to get discovered.
Yes.
And I strongly feel that before anything gets sold that we own here in the city, because when it's sold, it's gone, and you're not going to get it back. It needs to be a voter in front of the voters, without the voters having to go get a petition and get 15% of the vote, blah, 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 blah. I feel that yes, it's covered in the statute by doing this, but we need to put it in the charter.
Yes.
We can't refer to the statute number because that could change tomorrow.
Exactly.
That's.
So that's where I'm
Well,
coming
what does
from.
that even say? Does it help us? We can have a stronger,
No.
Its
stronger
cap
limit.
is incredibly high.
It what?
Its cap is incredibly
It's
high.
very high.
Yeah, and
We
that's
don't
the
want-
problem with it.
It's that whole problem that we dealt with before with a special election.
Yeah, it's a percentage of the
It's
grand
the
list or something.
percent, yeah, it's,
Which is
I
huge.
know.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
Yeah.
covers, but it doesn't, in my
It
opinion.
does.
What
Yeah.
percentage of
Does
the
not.
grand list does it say, or does it say?
Yeah, I don't remember, but it was way
It's
too
a
much. so I
petition
just-
signed by 5% of the legal voters of the municipality objecting to the proposed covenants. It has to be presented to the municipal clerk within 30 days of the date of posting and publication of the notice required by the subdivision.
But is there a limit on how much
yeah.
the property can cost? Can
Oh,
they-
isn't it 10 times the grand list or something?
That's
Isn't-
what it is.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah,
It is.
and
10
it's,
times.
That's
Oh, it's
3 million,
Oh, it's-
I'm sorry, that's 30 million.
30 million.
yeah,
This is
it's
stupid.
outrageous.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right,
It's
so
why I
that's
voted
where
for
I
the charter.
personally feel that this section needs to be more, less, everything you read of it, you want to have some flexibility for the future. In my opinion, this needs to have a little less flexibility.
I'm cheering you on.
And what about purchases of property?
Yeah.
Where is that described? How much
That,
Well, that's not this section.
yeah, well,
But,
So
could be?
I'm
Yeah.
a little confused by this section because the wording in the title and the wording in the actual clause seem very different to me. And when we're talking about they can't sell a tire or whatever, like we're not, so that's property.
mhm.
But then the clause actually is only talking about real estate.
No, it says
No.
real or
Personal
personal.
Real-
estate
real or
belongs.
personal.
So I
Real property is the
I
title.
think
it might be in our best, in the city's best interest then with this charter to separate those things? Because I would think real estate, I think if we left $1,000 thing for real estate, I think any property, that covers like basically any property. And I think that all, like, when I say property, I mean real estate here, all real estate sales, I do think should go before voters. But property as in tires, trucks, things like that, I don't have, that, I think that's separate. I think that should be handled separate.
Well, what it's saying too, one of the issues is having more of a checks and balance over departments who want to purchase a heavy item
Right. But
on their own without approval of the
What
council.
if real estate and property were two separate, were handled separate?
Well, maybe it's under this same thing, but as an A and a B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is I think
I
that.
kind of also addressed that in 30 that I did, because unfortunately, our current charter is mismatched, which is why we're here. So you've got sale of city-owned property over here. In 30, you've got revenue and credits, and that addresses purchasing, loans, addresses a bunch of stuff. What I put in here in 30 covers a lot of that stuff.
What's
So
30 called? Revenues, credit, and appropriations.
I also think we shouldn't say the sale of real or personal estate. It should be real estate or personal property.
That's what
And I think
Dan's
that
saying.
we should, like to Sharon's point, handle them in two separate processes, because
Purchasing is separate. That would be,
or sell. I'm saying, like, I'm not talking about purchasing, I'm talking about sell.
Sell.
Like, if we're gonna sell, if the city is gonna sell a tire off of a grader or anything,
Mhm.
as a voter, I don't feel the need to vote on that. If the city's gonna sell Proudy Beach, I'm feeling much more strongly about that. I don't think they're the same thing. And I don't think that they should be addressed as the same thing, with the same monetary limits.
And
There should be a policy on those types of purchases or sales within departments. That should be a policy that the council should come up with and deal with through the head department heads and the city manager. That's
For
different than,
property or for real estate?
no, property,
Yeah, for property,
right?
yeah.
A real estate is a different animal, right?
But
but
under
this
the
is
charter,
just,
it's
this is
not.
just for
It's
sale.
the same thing.
Purchasing is in 28 and
Right,
30.
Right.
but we're just talking
About
about sales.
sale.
Right.
And I
But
will say that when I brought this up, there was talk about, well, that wouldn't be fiscally responsible of the council to allow, blah, 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 blah. I don't care,
Just
Yeah.
what would it be?
to allow like Proudy Beach to be sold without going before the voters. You just
Well,
never know.
but you,
You never know.
councils change.
Exactly,
You've had
so,
good councils and you've had bad
so
councils.
we need to have that stuff.
I can tell you right now, I personally wouldn't have any problem with the city of Newport selling the Gateway Center, it's just me, and putting it on the tax rolls to a private enterprise to run it. But I would certainly want to say,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you
So
know,
you're
Sure.
saying-
That
proud,
would anybody.
you know, but, so, and a lot of people say, well, we don't want to do that, right now it's not on tax bill. That's $30,000 a year. with
The
tax.
other thing is, it's really unclear what properties the city owns, what real estate we own. There's
Yeah,
no
we're not gonna
way of
handle that.
finding that, but it's relevant to this.
Well, you're right, but
It
it's
is, but we
restricted.
can't handle it in the charter,
Right.
on what we own and what we don't.
But that's the kind of stuff that could be in the annual report, and somewhere there's probably a section on the annual report and what should go in it.
Are
And
you telling me the city doesn't know what properties they own
yes,
and what they
the,
don't?
the city had no clue that they owned the elementary school, and that's in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
That was a big surprise.
yeah.
Imagine
Well,
that.
it shouldn't have been, it was in
Well,
the
of course
charter.
it shouldn't. Who owns the library?
That's true.
Huh?
Who owns the library?
Independent, non-profit.
Yeah, but do we own the property still?
No,
Okay.
not
We
from
can-
what I read.
We're going down a rabbit hole though.
Anyways, yeah, we are.
Can you make a note of it though? It's an important rabbit hole to be put somewhere.
Yeah.
Make a note of what, to decide what
property.
There
property we
needs,
own?
there needs to be a central place to know what this city does own, because we don't have.
Yeah,
And we can't get that information.
okay.
Yeah.
What do we do with this section? City, for sale and lease of city-owned property. Do we want to turn this into, the city council may authorize the sale of, may not authorize the sale of real estate
Yes.
without voter consent? How do you, what did you do?
It needs to be.
What do your-
I just raised the limit to 100,000, figured anything of, any property we own is gonna be worth 100,000.
I would like to keep monetary values out of it because that gives the charter a lot more,
Flexibility?
well, and longevity, right?
Longevity.
Because like right now, $1,000, well, $1,000 in 1918 isn't $1,000 today.
Well, that's
and
why
it's not gonna
we're,
be.
that's why we're,
What did we Google that to be?
Well, $100 was $2,200 today, so $1,000 would be.
There's another wrinkle in that, and that is that the state statute that really covers all of that, what is that we might want to get, that special kind of loan, the special kind of loans, allows the city to buy a property, let's say, for $1 million, and then sell it to a developer for $1. So the limiting of what the sale is to a number is a problem, because they could sell $1 million property for $1, which they will do, let's say if they acquire the whole,
Yeah.
and then they, for $4 million or whatever we're talking about, they can sell it to the developer for $1, and you have no control over.
so let's do two sentences. Let's do one for real property and put a limit on it, because, for instance, if you just carte blanche them to do real property and they just bought a Vector for, I don't know, or a
Yeah.
fire truck for $800,000.
Right.
And they
that.
decide, you know what, we're gonna sell it to Derby for 200,000.
Mhm.
I mean, do we have a say in that or no?
Right.
Well,
Not
I'm
that
saying-
they ever would do.
I'm
We
saying,
don't know.
the problem with it is that a city is allowed to establish the value of the property and then sell it for that amount of money. So if they want to sell the whole after they buy it for $1 million, and they want to sell it to a developer for $1 to encourage building on that property. They're allowed to do it. And the problem is they're selling, what if they wanted to sell Prairie Beach for $1? To develop, so they would allow development on it. Then the dollar limit doesn't help you. It's not the worth of the property, it's what they sell it for.
Well, I just think if we leave, okay, let's handle them separate. Let's talk about real estate first, and then talk about property. Because we are talking about them as two separate things. So for real estate, I'm in favor of just saying it all goes before the voters. Does anybody have a problem with that?
For real estate?
Yeah. But the city council can't sell real estate
Without it going in front of the voters.
No, it should go.
That's the, I mean, without going in front of the voters.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mike, you're pondering, I can see.
What about tax sale?
Oh, good one.
Well, I can tell you, so what Ann's talking about, what's coming up is the city of Newport is gonna basically be giving money, like if it works out, $1 million to buy the whole.
No,
And,
Yeah.
no?
that's not how
No,
that.
it is
Okay,
not.
well, that's what I was
Exactly.
told, and then it's supposed to go to
There's
NVDA.
a lot.
There's a
It's
grant.
the reverse. And so
So it's gonna go to NVDA?
in the economic development bill,
Yeah.
I put language in there on, and then we have the grid program, and
Yeah.
I can't remember what the saying is for that.
Oh, I
We
got
had
it.
money in there, and I put language in there that allows the agency of commerce to provide up to $2 million to an applicant, which would be NVDA, purchase
But not the
property,
city.
not the
Okay,
city.
then-
But
then I don't-
NVDA in turn will turn around and deed it over to the city. So there's no city funds, it's state funds that are gonna be used for
No city funds.
And then how much can the city sell it on to, in a TIF situation, a developer? Doesn't have to sell it for the $1 million or the $2 million. They can sell it for $1 to the developer in order for the developer to develop.
that.
So
But it's
that's
not
the
city,
problem.
but it's not city funds.
Yeah.
The city hasn't expended any dollars to purchase that property.
But they own
But she's
it.
saying
They'll
once we
own
own
it.
it, once we
Right.
own it.
Once we own it,
But you're not
we're
gonna get.
selling that property
Mhm.
possibly for $1.
Mhm.
So that the developer will develop stuff on it.
But the TIF would have to be approved by the voters,
Yeah,
right? So,
well,
A
the
TIF
TIF
loan,
has,
a TIF loan has
yeah,
to be.
but that.
you have to approve a TIF.
You have to approve them.
You have to be, right, exactly.
So you'd have to
be
approve that, selling it
compensated,
for $1.
right,
And the only
then-
reason that
and
voters
then
would approve it.
dissolve
So the
these-
city would have to,
It's different
the
than-
council would have to say, yes, we're gonna go forward, then it goes to the voters have to vote, then it comes to the legislature, and the legislature has to approve.
And they
So
have
there's-
just strengthened the
There's
TIF
big
laws.
steps.
Yeah,
And they have
it's
this-
not like it used to be.
And they've just strengthened the TIF laws to make sure that no hanky-panky's going on.
And to make sure that a community's not gonna fail.
Right, well, I mean, there's a lot
There's a
that
lot
goes
of-
into.
It's not likely to fail.
Yeah, it's not like.
Right.
Case in point, yeah.
Yes.
So
Except
So-
some of us to hopefully not fail.
so I'm okay with any real estate. I'm just thinking,
Let's get this in here now.
if we own a
Hey,
30 feet on the edge of a sidewalk, and we want to sell it to somebody, that's a whole different ball of wax. You know what?
So
It's gotta go to the
the
voters.
language that you come up with is,
the city council may authorize, no. Danny,
May not.
may
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
authorize,
shall not.
shall not.
You're really keeping us on track for that.
Shall not authorize the sale of city-owned real estate
Yeah,
Without a,
No, without voter approval.
without order.
without
Yep.
voter approval. Period. Okay?
I'm okay with that.
And that's the, from the original, so.
What about real property? I mean, do we need to put anything in there? I mean, we're changing.
Not authorize the sale of,
you said, the first one was real estate, right, or real property?
Real estate.
But now we're thinking about.
Real estate, now we're,
This
we-
one, I don't know, because I just don't feel as strongly about like trucks and stuff, although I know that there has been some information about trucks and things being purchased, but I
well, that's
just,
purchase. We deal with that separately.
or sold. I guess we're just dealing with sales right
So
I think a lot of times when, if it's in the warning, you warn the purchase of a vehicle, less the trade-in value
Yeah.
of whatever, so let's take voters' vote on that.
But they don't, frequently here, we don't trade in a vehicle.
Yeah, they can sell it
decide they
outright.
can independently
Sell
sell
it
it for
outright.
more.
and get more money than the trade-ins, just,
Yeah.
you know, kind of like our own
We do,
personal
we do
vehicles,
that with
like
the ambulances too. Yeah.
The
So,
Vector truck
you-
is
so
out
you
there
want-
with a for
Huh?
sale sign. The Vector truck is out with a for
Sure.
sale sign.
Right,
Yeah.
because,
Yeah, 'cause you're gonna give them
Do you need voter
$8,000
approval
when
for
they
that?
probably get 50 somewhere else.
We've never had voter approval, to my knowledge, for the sale of the Vector, for instance, that's,
Well, because they haven't
It's a
followed the
department.
charter.
yeah,
Yeah,
but,
but I would think that should be council approval.
for all personal property.
Well,
now. No, all
Yeah.
city-owned property.
well, like,
the city may not authorize the sale of city-owned real estate without board approval. That's A.
That's real estate.
Now we're on to B.
Personal property. What do we have as personal property?
Everything. Chairs,
Everything else.
table,
Yeah, what do we have big?
computers,
What do we have that's big?
Fire truck.
Pardon?
Equipment,
Equipment.
public works equipment,
equipment,
vehicles, trucks, look at the cost
buildings.
of plow trucks.
Well, buildings.
The buildings are real estate.
Buildings, real estate.
Look
So,
at the cost, it's public works,
It's
basically.
trucks.
What
Yeah.
about like fire trucks?
Mhm.
Yeah, trucks, it's that kind of,
department.
fire trucks.
Yeah.
So it'd be fire department, city, I mean,
Yeah,
all of
equipment.
them, yeah,
Equipment.
like the police
Construction
department, all of the departments have equipment.
and this is where I'm wondering,
And
I don't care, I don't think they need to come in front of council every time they're gonna buy a lawnmower.
No.
So what we're talking about just selling, so we're
Selling.
talking about the
Selling.
farm.
Selling,
Yeah,
sorry,
I know,
selling.
I was doing the same thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think that they maybe should come before council to get approval for selling things, but I'm not sure because there's a lot of
We're
problems.
not talking about the council, we're talking
Well,
about
no.
the public.
I don't, okay, so I'll just say right now, I don't think they need to come before the public for the sale of vehicles. Or for the sale of
I don't,
non-real estate property, that's my feeling.
I don't know.
But I'm not sure, it does feel like there should be some oversight
Would
there,
that be the city manager?
maybe, yeah, I'm just not sure.
I don't think it would hurt to have them come before the council for the sale of personal property worth more than,
Well, and that's what that's what this was all about, and it was $1,000 at the time, which is
To
ridiculous.
make it 50,000.
Like $100,000.
for a personal well, that could be a big, that's an awful expensive truck that you're selling.
$1,000 in
Well,
today's
anything-
No,
money.
100,000 is.
No, I'm just
Yeah, but
saying,
anything under that, we just don't do.
per the spirit of the original charter, $1,000 is $22,000 today. So that would just be in keeping with the spirit
20,000
of the charter.
times three.
I don't know, I
That's
don't
too,
know.
that's too.
50,
Huh?
any advance.
Because I'll tell you why. So the $100 is worth 2,200, but a vehicle, like a police cruiser, in,
I don't know how much it is.
well, I can give you one. So a police cruiser in 1936 or whenever the hell this was built, probably was $800.
So it was a horse and carriage.
And now it's probably $80,000. So,
I bet it's more than that.
well,
Yeah.
yeah.
But you don't want a situation in which a city manager or a department head decide to sell every vehicle within their barn or whatever you call it, but without getting approval from, I would love it to be council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess honestly, I'm not, like, I do kind of stand behind the fact of keeping, I don't think that we need to have dollar amounts in the charter. I think they're always gonna get outdated. Inflation is skyrocketing. What is $100,000 today in even 10 years might be completely different.
I don't know how else to address it.
The city council,
Probably, well, if we're gonna go that route at all, if we're gonna say that, if we're gonna reserve the right of departments to sell things without council approval, or somebody's approval, council,
It would
city
be the city manager, I
manager,
would
somebody's approval.
Well, why don't you get the city manager up to a certain amount and then council after?
yeah, that's what I was.
But I would think that a percentage would make more sense.
Percentage of what?
Percentage of what?
I don't know,
Your
but
budget.
I just think a dollar amount, like, we're looking at $1,000 as a ridiculous amount. In 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever amount we say could be an outdated amount as well. I just feel like anytime you add a dollar amount to a charter, you're really limiting the ability of that charter to withstand the test of time.
Can you go for a percentage of the budget? I mean, they did the percentage of the grand list, which is, really quite higher, but can you tie it to something, the budget or the department budget?
What you could do is put your floor in, whatever you feel is your floor, and then say it gets adjusted annually by the
Yeah.
consumer price index.
Yeah.
Or every 5 years that it gets adjusted, so that then that continues to go up.
Or
Both
the-
go down.
or the original value, let's say 20% of the original value.
Yeah, I like both of these.
But I don't
they
think
both have
any of that
merit.
needs to go to the voters. But
No, I think it's,
For
you know,
personal
up
property.
to a certain amount,
I don't
the
think we own
city
anything.
manager
Nobody.
has to approve, and then
Yeah,
after
I
that,
do
the
think
council, I
that
think.
somebody should be approving it. I just worry that if the apartments are operating completely autonomously with selling vehicles, that there might be like the sale of a vehicle that really blindsides the council or something like that, you know, when we're talking about just not knowing like what revenue is coming in and out, I think the council or the city manager, somebody should have some oversight.
So we could, yeah, in respect to the sale of
Property.
real that stuff's called personal property.
Personal property.
We have to use the word estate, can we get rid of the word estate and put in property then?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. Shall be approved by the city council. Shall require approval of the city council.
I'm
But
sorry.
I don't know if we put a dollar amount in. I don't, to me, I don't know when this has ever been applied.
Well, when you sell anything that you've replaced, when you sell the old Vector truck,
Yeah, but
When you-
should we have to go to the voters for that?
No,
no, just
So
the
that's what I'm
council.
saying.
It
So
should come to
that's what I,
council.
But do you think it should
Well,
come to
that's what I
council?
just
And he did, he did bring that to the council, he said he was gonna try to
yeah.
sell it outright, and we said, go for
Yeah.
it.
Yes, you did.
So just with the approval of the city council. In regards to real, I don't know if it has to be.
Is it personal property or real property? Real property owned by the city?
Real property is real estate.
Okay, so what if we
Yeah.
just say property owned by the city or non-real estate property owned by the city? Personal property,
Could be confusing. You could say non-real estate property.
or you can have your A, your real
Which is
estate,
personal.
B could
I
say
think
all
the-
other properties.
Or yeah,
The
just
general
all-
term for that is personal
Is
property.
personal property.
Is it?
The insurance term for that is personal
Yes.
property.
okay,
So let's keep it that way then.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Personal property belonging to the city,
Yeah,
we're gonna get rid of when the same shall not exceed $1,000.
yeah, we're gonna do
Strike through that.
that. Just shall be approved by the city council. Must be approved. Shall.
You're learning, Charlie.
And, you'll catch me again, I guarantee.
Shall be approved by the city council. Period.
So,
Period.
to just being devil's advocate a little bit,
Yeah.
that air conditioner there, you buy a new one, you wanna sell it, you wanna go to the council and say, can I
Yeah,
sell that
see?
air conditioner?
Yeah, no.
No.
That's why I think you need
I'm
a
sorry.
floor or
You
something.
need a floor, you're right. So how do we word it?
In excess of,
Well, I think you want two floors, you want, no,
if you put a percentage.
I think you want your city manager to approve sales up to a certain point, and then you want the council to weigh in. That way you have somebody overseeing everything.
But have you avoid the monetary limit, which is really, that's the easy way to say it, you know. The city manager approves sales of personal property if they're below $5,000. Above that, the council must approve the sales.
And here's why I'm not against putting in a monetary value, is when it does become obsolete, there's gonna be other updates to this charter that a task force is gonna have to do anyway. So, just as we're doing now, 1918 did the best they could. 1966 had some other amendments and work done to this charter. 2026, we're doing it again. 2100, whatever, they're gonna do it again. So putting a monetary value in now meets our needs and perhaps needs for the future. And if that's too low, they're gonna go in and they're gonna have to do an amendment anyway.
I just worry that putting a monetary value that becomes ridiculous, like the current amount, which is $1,000, takes the teeth out of it, and then you get situations like Pam were describing where the city's just selling property and
Not following
not following the
Not on the
charter.
chart.
But-
Hey Dennis, what's your thoughts on all
But
this?
when you go to selling an air conditioner, should you really have to get the approval?
No, and I agree, but I don't know how to do it.
Or a tool?
I'm open, I'm just, my.
Yeah, no, I know.
Whatever.
I don't-
Dennis, do you have any comments on all of this? For the sale of personal property belonging to the city?
Save us.
Probably got a customer. Oh, there
Okay,
it is.
I just get back.
Okay, so we're having a good debate on the sale of personal property belonging to the city. When does it come in front of the charter, the council for approval?
Yep. We were, I was trying to think, that's why I broke down a few things here earlier. Usually when Tom would come before us, and as a matter of fact, they're in that situation now, they've got a truck over on the property of the city garage that's for sale, big dump truck.
Yep,
I'm not sure if they set that up themselves or if they get a buyer and then approach the city council. I'm not sure how they're handling that now.
I believe that he just came to the council and said he was going to sell it outright instead of trading it in.
Right,
And we
yeah.
said,
That wasn't
Sure.
a dump truck.
But what about
Dump truck,
selling
that was-
it? Right.
yeah, in March. Well, it was one of my first meetings.
It's the Vector truck. I
I
drove
thought it was
by.
a Vector truck.
Vector
There
truck,
is a
no,
dump
there's a
truck
dump
over there,
truck.
too.
There's
There
a
is
dump
a
truck
dump
for
truck
sale.
Yeah.
Remember, we had to replace the,
Probably.
Okay.
and then we had to, and it's like a 2-year wait, and one came in from 2
Gotta
years
drive the
ago.
opposite direction, I only saw the Vector.
Yeah.
So my question was, did Tom come before you with a proposal to just sell it to the highest bidder, or do you set it at a certain price that you have to get a certain amount first?
No, he just came, he was gonna try and get the highest price he could.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't even, he just said he was gonna try selling it outright,
Mm-hmm.
because the trade-in is kind of a
So-
joke.
Right.
The problem we're running into here is we want them to do it for expensive things, but we don't want them to do it for an air conditioner.
Right.
So how do you determine that unless you put a dollar figure? I don't know. I mean, I know you're against it, but I don't know how any other wording, I don't know how you can do that.
At what
Because
point
if you
do
say
you,
at any real property, it's anything. If they want to sell a chair, they have to go to the council.
at what point do you think that a monetary figure becomes obsolete?
That's the problem, is it's changing rapidly.
Right.
Because the amount of time that it took, $1,000 between 1918 and let's say 1930 is a lot different than, inflation is rising faster now than it has in the past. And that's another problem with assigning a monetary amount, is we can't even look at precedent and say, and this will be in effect for the next 12 years, at which point we add, like you were saying, like some kind of an inflation percentage. I mean, I don't know what the answer is here, and I'm not necessarily even saying I'm against it for property, because that might be the best way, but I'm very hesitant to add dollar amounts when inflation is rising. Inflation is just such a different beast than it has been in the past.
And that's fine with me if you can come up with
Well,
some
that's the
wording
problem,
that
yeah.
Okay.
doesn't make everything.
So can we now put in a value, let's put in $100,000. And if you can come up with a better way to get rid of the monetary, we can always come back. I'll highlight it in yellow.
$100,000, it goes to whom?
So the sale of personal property belonging to the city shall be approved by the city council for property valued over or above
Above 100,000.
100,000.
So you might want, do you want
That's
the,
too
do you
high.
want the city manager approving up to 100,000?
So you yeah, he's in charge of the department heads, right? He or she?
Yeah.
So you might want to start there, and then
With the, or
Above
you could
100,000.
still do that. with the
Sale of
ci-
person-
With the city manager approving anything below that.
I'm gonna put it at 6%.
But,
What about 50 instead of 100?
yeah, I mean, I just,
Yeah, well, that's,
I put 100 in so it wouldn't do what Danny's worried about.
but you could also, you can also add a clause in there that says either in 5 years, the council may adjust the price, may adjust that figure according to whatever inflationary rate is.
Yeah, of course, whatever you call it could disappear.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lower amount. The
Usually
reason I came up with
CPI.
100,000 originally was because I was thinking about
Real estate, yeah, but personal property.
Personal property is a whole different ball of wax. I mean, I know.
Yeah, but he was saying he probably, well, okay. I don't know, I guess I just don't understand, like, I'm not qualified to think about the property really, because I don't have a good understanding besides vehicles. Vehicles, in my mind, are obviously very expensive. I would be fine saying the sale of all vehicles or like construction equipment, like, there's probably a better term for that, should go before the city council. But I'm not informed enough to know what other big ticket items that are in excess of $100,000 are out there, but I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's parts to the water treatment plant or something.
Absolutely.
Like this methane burner they're talking about not working, I think that's very expensive. These things, you know, like, I know that they're out there, I just don't know what they are, and so I don't know that I would be able to come up with, me personally, like you said, like, if you can think of something,
Yeah.
I know I won't be able to probably think of something without a lot of research, but I feel like maybe somebody out there knows how to do it. So,
Can-
So let's think about these big ticket items. When you're selling these big ticket items, you're selling, you have a sales agreement, right? And it's a contract.
Mhm.
And what are the powers and duties of the city council?
They include all contracts.
They have to sign off on all contracts,
oh, that's
right?
fine.
The way we have it now, I think.
So then,
So they would have to come before the council to get signed off on before you could sell it.
I don't remember Tom coming back usually with a contract for.
Maybe we don't even need it. for
Pardon?
well, it's part of the city council, it's part of
I don't
what
wanna
we've
spend
written out
another
for
2
the
hours
city
on this
council,
one,
but not, I don't think in particular. So I think what you're saying is in what we've.
I was absolutely sure we were gonna get through 5 things today. We only went through
okay, look, can we agree to just leave it as this, and I'll read it one more time. And when this gets presented to the public, if there's issues here, we can address them at that time, or we can be, and I'll highlight it in yellow so that we know it's one we're gonna come back and look at. A right now is the real estate part, we've agreed on that one. B, the sale of personal property belonging to the city shall be approved by the city council for property valued over, I get down $100,000. The city manager shall approve sale of personal property up to.
Below. Oh, I'm
Up
sorry,
to.
yeah, right.
Okay, I'll highlight this in yellow.
That's fine.
And
When
we
we-
may keep it, we may,
Yeah, I don't see any other way of doing it without putting a figure.
now, there's another part in here though.
Mhm.
Yep,
The
there
next
is.
part, may lease the same for a term not exceeding 1 year.
Well, we
It's the
can't,
leasing.
yeah,
So what are we doing there?
well, we're talking about leasing
It's like leasing, that's
real
it.
estate. Right?
Yes,
Leasing.
you're talking about,
You're the gateway, we could
Gateway.
lease the fire department, we could lease the
you could
playground, we could lease
the,
anything.
Kearney Beach.
Yeah,
And you can lease the police cruiser, I think you're buying on the lease.
Huh?
The
Yeah, what about
cruisers,
leasing?
yeah.
It's not just you
leasing.
leasing.
That's personal
It's
property
leasing,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But
The big
that's-
one was your gateway center. We were leasing that for a year at a time.
You may
And then
lease,
some wanted to do it for 3 years, and you said, no, you can't do that.
They did anyway. there was a dispute about it, and the city decided they could. The lawyer advised the city that they could
And they
lease
did.
for 3 years.
Yeah, I think what they did was they extended a year, and then, when that came up, they had the right to continue. I think that's the way it should.
Option.
Yeah.
Option to continue, I think that's what they
Yeah.
did.
And they did that for the grant
Yeah.
that MEMSEC was getting.
Yeah.
Had to do with the insurance as well.
So when we talk
Yeah,
about
there's
leasing,
something about that.
sale, so this is called sale or lease of city-owned property.
Then you could say just leasing of city property.
Yeah.
So we can say,
Go on to the next one.
Well, you could
The
say
city may-
leasing of the real estate
The
property and a
city
different rule for
may
leasing of
lease,
personal property.
Would you be leasing personal property?
You could be leasing cars, some of your trucks out. I think you,
Yeah, but I think that's, I
But
mean, the
that's-
council already has the power to do that because it's a
that's a
contract.
contract.
okay,
The city may lease
real estate.
real estate or,
The problem here, so here's how, this is what we need to address. The problem is, and Dennis, you were probably involved in this, trying to get somebody to lease something and saying you can only lease it for a year. You've just taken 100 potential lessors down to 1 or 2. Because nobody in their right mind is gonna go down there and start a business
Well, you know,
for 1 year.
you're not gonna be able to get a bank loan.
You can't get bank loan, you can't get.
how
I think-
about,
I think 5 years is probably.
I was just gonna say, how about if we said, the city may lease real estate for a term not exceeding 5 years? Or for a term, not exceeding 5 years.
City council,
The city council
make it specific.
May
The
lease-
city manager can't do it,
city
you know.
real estate for a term up to 5 years.
Yeah.
Or not to exceed.
Not to exceed.
Okay, it's written now as not to exceed,
Yeah.
for a term not exceeding is how it's written, 5 years.
Yeah, there's a precedent for that as well, because that was what Steve Bro did with the snack club.
Yeah,
Somehow that managed to happen.
And then it says, and all covenants,
could be a
grants,
handshake, I don't know,
or leases, any such real estate shall be signed by the mayor and sealed with the
Yeah.
city seal. Do we need that?
I don't think so.
What else does need to be added here to cover? The city council,
but I don't know, what's the end, in all conveyances grants?
I'm straight.
Yeah.
I stopped it at
You
for
just
5
said
years.
5 year, and I don't think we need.
But do we
anything.
need something about and reviewed? What were you talking about? What,
No,
how?
that was more reviewing set price.
Okay, so the city council may lease city real estate for a term not exceeding 5 years.
What that does is that gives them the ability to really lease it.
What about
Which
if,
I would love to see that,
okay,
the whole
well,
thing privatized.
what about
I'd
if,
like to see it sold.
what about if somebody came to us and through your grants or your loan, whatever,
Yeah.
and they said, we'd like a 10-year lease? Can we somehow put in there any, that, it has to come for review?
Without approval of the voters?
Or no, it's just if they want more
Yeah.
than 5 years,
It
You
should
have
be
to-
reviewed.
It should come to the voters only because if you lease something for 10 years, you may be effectively selling the property. It may be just a way around it.
on the
10
flip
years is a
side though,
long
if you've
time.
got somebody that wants to come in and it's gonna take them 10 years to regain the money they've put into it, or a bank says, we wanna see you committed to this for 10 years, Are we gonna lose out on a lease because we're restricted to 5 years?
No, because you're just gonna go before the voters.
But then when you have a special vote, well, then it'd have to be, okay. I
Is
see what
there-
you're saying.
is there
You also
anything
could put a renewal clause for 5 years
Well,
and
that's
renew
what I
it
was
for
saying,
term
is there
for
Okay,
an
5
that's
years.
what
option?
the word I was
An
trying to think
option.
And usually they accept that, I think. You know?
I'm gonna,
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
I'm just gonna step away for a few minutes, I got a truck I gotta take care of, but there is something I want to say about the leasing of the property.
Okay.
I'll be just 2 minutes.
Okay,
So, is the city, I know we took out conveyances and grants, is there any history of the city granting property to somebody for a period of time?
not that I'm aware of, for that, not that I'm aware of. Can you think of a time, Trevor?
That would be like giving it away.
Well, for a period of time, so like a grant would be like, okay, you can use, we have an empty building, and maybe a nonprofit comes and says they want to set something up in there, and the city says, for whatever reason, like, I know some cities will do that, you know, will say like, okay, you know, we have a, you know, a deal with this nonprofit that they can run a warming shelter out of this space, something like that. So I'm just wondering if that's something that this city has.
You used to have a senior center.
Yep.
And was that a grant?
We have the senior center downstairs still.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I don't
active.
know how it's,
Forever young.
Forever young.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
don't-
very active still, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if they rent it or not, do
is
They
it,
pay something,
they? Yeah, I think they rent.
The school has a $1 lease with the city. Now that we've figured out we own it.
So it's not
how
like
from the
a
school
grant.
building?
Can we say this and correct the language at the end?
What's that, Jennifer?
Grants, according to this, conveyances and grants permanently transfer ownership title from one party to another.
So they are permanent.
They're the same, whereas leases temporarily grant.
Yeah. And conveyances are,
I think we stopped
Conveyances
right
and
at-
grants are the same
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
yeah.
So, can we live with this? The city council may lease city real estate for a term not exceeding 5 years, at which time a renewal of the lease will be reviewed, if needed. Or do we even need that?
I don't think you
Can we
need it.
just stop at
'Cause you
5
can-
years?
You can do it, you can, that
Well-
same sentence gives you the right to renew.
Yeah, I mean, you can,
That's
that can be in your,
problematic.
that can be in your lease
Why?
agreement though, with another option of a
I
year.
mean, at the end of 5 years, they'd have to renew it.
Yeah.
Yes, they'd have to vote again, but in other words, council could lease forever. Is that, it would
No,
be.
we could only lease for 5 years.
But then the next council can do it for 5, and the next
Yep.
council can
If
do it
it's
for 5.
worth
But it would
the
have to-
property.
And all they have to do is get a council approval again for another 5 years.
Yeah, well,
I guess that can happen anyway.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you don't need to add the
Okay, so-
renewal.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's
Here-
eat,
yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's done. Okay, before, but Dennis has got something to say about it. Okay, Dennis.
I just want to say, if you're gonna do any type of a lease, especially if it's gonna be for 5 years, obviously you're gonna have a contract.
Yeah,
And that contract's gonna have to outline what they can and can't do with the property,
yeah,
whether it's gonna be at their own expense or if they're gonna do it at the city's expense. There's a lot of things you have to consider when you go to a long-term contract. 1-year contract, which we were having with, say, the ice cream business or the burger business that was down at the Gateway, was totally different. Whatever they did during their lease time at their own expense, we made that very clear. And they could renew it at the end of that year and go on again. But you could never go for the 1 year. So if you do go for 5 years, which is going to be more of a long-term contract, you're certainly going to want to have a lot of things spelled out.
do you have to spell it out in the charter, or do you just?
No, just in
The
the
city
contract.
council does it when they.
Yeah, the council can make up the contract, and that's what they would have to go by.
Right.
You don't have to spell it out in the charter.
But this language can also provides for what you were just talking about with a 1-year lease as well.
Yeah,
Right,
Yeah, it could.
yeah. Okay, so are we okay with leaving 27 now as an A, B, and a C? Instead of a paragraph? It separates it out?
Yep.
Okay, number 28, city expenditures. I will start this one by saying, I propose that it stays as is.
Me too.
Close what?
It stays as is.
Me too.
And we
I read
don't
it
do
about
anything
10
to it.
times. I
Me
don't see
too. I read it over and over
don't see
yesterday.
anything
I
that's
Googled
wrong.
things and,
And all I got side of it is okay. That's what I wrote.
Except you wanna change whatever term we're using, board of council or?
Well, yeah.
yeah.
She's gonna do
Yeah,
that. She's gonna do that and everything.
The city council. Board of Aldermen becomes city council. So whereas, so Board of Aldermen now becomes city council,
But you're gonna do that.
but I'll do all
All
that
the way
for us,
through,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Because then down below it says city council. So in the same paragraph.
Yeah.
You all good with that?
Dennis, the city, does it, so we'll keep this one?
And
Have you defined whether you're using alderman or
Well,
councilman?
we talked about that before you got here.
No. Because the,
As I go through, I'm using the word council members
okay,
instead of alderperson or councilmen.
okay.
And that's subject to change. But just to keep things going, flowing,
but she's replacing that everywhere.
I'm
So the
working
whole
on it.
charter is gonna
I'm
say.
working on it.
You wanna just, after city treasury, you have council there, I think you wanna put that, where you just,
Do you want it approved by the Board of Aldermen, or do you want it approved by the council?
Well, that's what I'm saying, wherever
So
it says.
signed by the mayor and approved by the board, the city.
By the city
yeah,
council.
but
Yes.
if you look at city treasury,
Yeah,
you got council after that,
Where,
On what she's updating,
yeah.
so the original says,
on the draft.
yeah, so that's what the original said. Except as herein otherwise provided, no money shall be paid out of the city treasury council. That's what the original says.
no, it doesn't.
So,
Yes, it does right here. City
City treasury council.
Okay, get rid of that word, that's,
No.
where
No,
would
it
that
doesn't.
come from?
Doesn't on mine.
no, it wasn't on yours.
Yeah, I think you just moved,
I think I must have moved something.
yeah, I think it just,
Oh, I see what it did. I see
yeah,
what
I
it
know what it did.
did. Yeah.
Okay. We
There-
good with 28?
We good with that one?
Mhm.
With the exception, okay. Oh, what do you know?
29, assessment of taxes on the grand list. And there's a whole. Some of this, what's 100 cents on a dollar?
It's
It's a dollar on a dollar, right?
No, yeah, and it really means that you, whenever that appears, it really means that you take 100 of the grand list. Free. I think it's confusing, you're right.
It shall not exceed 100 cents on the dollar. Wasn't 100 cents a dollar? So it's like saying, shall not exceed $1 on a dollar.
It used to be 75 cents, so that in the original 1966, 1918 charter
Oh, okay.
was 75 cents, yeah.
When something is not exceeding 100 cents on the dollar, it means the payout or value is equal to or less than 100% of the original amount. So they're saying it can't be more than the original amount.
So you guys
I
are
don't
okay
think
with
you
keeping
need
that in?
But that's
Huh?
in the
No,
re-
I mean, I don't.
But this has to do with the school, right?
It has, it says that on the grand list also.
The city
It's in
council
2 places.
shall assess.
And the other one, after the halfway down where it stops at charter, and in addition, they shall annually assess a tax of not less than 20 cents, no more than 60. I just figured we'd scrap all
You
of
don't
that.
need all
That's for public and future redemption and none of that really applies.
Okay, so the city council shall assess and lay all taxes upon the grand list of said city, and in addition to such tax as may be necessary for the payment of all such state, county, and highway taxes as are or may be required by law, and in addition thereto, such tax as the Board of School Trustees shall recommend to said council for the support of schools, not exceeding 100 cents on the dollar of the grand list of said city unless authorized by the vote of the city. Are you saying, are you proposing we keep that?
I don't think I don't,
So the grand list for the schools is, that the state has taken that over. So it's a school tax for the state. Then the state disperses it.
But we have to,
We have to collect
we
it.
have to send a bill.
You collect it through property tax, but then it's remitted to the state, and then the state sends it to
I
the school.
thought it wasn't remitted to the state. I thought we actually distributed it according to the state, that we wrote the checks to the individual schools, but I could be wrong.
Could be.
I could be wrong.
That's where it used to, I don't know if they changed how, but it's a statewide property tax.
Well, this is just about taxes on the grand list.
Assessment of taxes.
So you just have to
I mean, how,
keep the school in there because
yeah,
that's part
how
of
do you,
it.
but how do you clearly articulate what, so that people understand what's being said?
Well,
Yeah.
I just think
is
you
it
stop
that-
after
And in
schools.
addition thereto, such tax as the state shall require for the support of schools. Because I don't think it's the Board of Trustees that determines that anymore. It's the
But-
state
but
that
some-
sets the rate.
Yeah, the rate, yeah.
So
The rate's determined by budgets,
Right, but
by
this,
city budgets?
By school
by school
budget.
budgets,
By school
But-
budgets,
but they're socialized.
but the school will come in and tell us what they need.
I don't think it's the Board of Trustees of the school that tells us now. I think it's the state.
Yeah, but
They don't come before the city
The
council.
school comes before city
Yeah.
council.
You
School.
get two school districts effectively, your city one and the one that the state is funding. So you've got funding that's coming in from, we collect our taxes, our school taxes within our bills, but some of the money goes to the state and comes back.
But for
Like how
they
assessing
distribute
taxes,
it.
does that, we don't have to go
The
into all
state
that.
does that. The state does the assessing and for some reason
The
the
state
schools,
is coming in and telling you what
we pay.
rate you have to set your tax rate
Yeah.
at.
And the
It's still made by the council, but the
Yeah,
state's
just
telling you what
to
that rate
do,
is.
yeah.
And we still vote on the school budgets.
yeah, the school part of this is section 39, which got taken out, which we'll deal with that separately.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But as far as assessment of taxes, shall assess and lay all.
This goes back to, and I thought that they changed it, but I don't know if there's a more updated section. They used to vote a tax rate, and we would vote the tax rate in addition to the tax rate we legally could assign. So if you go back to the 1970s, we were approving a tax rate in excess of the $2.50 tax rate the council could assign. And it got everybody confused, which is why we went from voting a tax rate to a budget. But the tax rate used to be, and it always was, the warning was in excess of, and I think it was $2.50, the city legally can assess.
Right, so we're not, the voters are not setting, they're not voting on a tax rate, they're voting on a budget.
On the budget.
And then the city council sets the
Yeah.
tax rate based on the budget.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's pretty much all this needs to say, right?
So I think,
Well,
I,
But it does, in that first sentence, it pretty much.
805 in the proposed charter does, I think, they're not talking about assessing, they're talking about levying, but I think it generally is the same thing.
not that levying and
Yeah, I
assessing
think
are the same
this
thing,
is-
but that 805 was intended to address 7.
I think 805 pretty much sums up this whole section 29, more or less.
It's a lot more digestible, I'll give it that.
Yeah, 29, too many
29 is
words.
kind of an,
805 pretty much
yeah,
spells it out.
it's, I
Okay,
mean.
so let's replace this whole
does
thing
that
with
make
805.
sense? Yeah.
Doesn't mean.
That work? Replace the whole thing with 805?
So that will read, and I will put that in there. That will read, upon passage of the budget by the voters, the amount stated therein as the amount to be raised by taxes shall constitute a determination of the amount of the levy for the purposes of the city in the corresponding tax year. And the city council shall levy such taxes on the grand list as prepared by the assessor for the corresponding tax year. That's saying they've got, and that's giving some, it's not just the council, it's not just the city manager. They've gotta go to the, or the assessor, they've gotta work together to come up with that rate.
I'm good with that, but I would change 29 wording to amount to be raised by taxes.
Amount to be raised by
Instead of
taxes.
assessment of taxes on the ground.
But that's only the amount to be raised by taxation, for the city's budget.
No,
It
because
doesn't
it's,
include the state. In other words, the amount to be raised by taxation,
oh, it doesn't put the school in there.
it doesn't put the school in, right?
Oh,
But
How about
you're
upon
approving,
passage
it's
of
still
the-
your budget, and in our budget, we also have the school budget.
But is that in, that's a separate budget, that's a separate vote, isn't it? Or is it?
We do
They
not
vote
vote,
yeah, it's a the school budget is a separate
So
vote,
you
just
might
like the
wanna-
high school and junior
Yeah.
high.
Could we just put upon passage of the city and school budgets
Upon
by the voters and keep that sentence?
the
That would include the school.
City
Or pluralized budget, the city's budgets, because that
And
includes, the
school.
school is part of the city.
Well, I think though that
Yeah.
putting the word school in there makes it more specific,
Okay.
or
but
more
let's see if the rate is correct, because there's two different rates, really.
upon passage of the city and school budgets by the voters.
Yeah.
Now, doesn't that cover what we were
Well,
talking
just read the rest to make sure it's,
School
Works.
budgets.
budgets by the voters. The amount stated therein as the amount to be raised by taxes shall constitute a determination of the amount of the levy for the purposes of the city in the corresponding tax year. And the city's council shall levy such taxes on the grand list as prepared by the assessor for the corresponding tax year. So that would mean we're going to strike out everything under 29 as is and replace it with that wording.
Mhm.
Is that what we want to make sure we do?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Do we need the part down at the very bottom? All of the aforesaid taxes may be included in one rate bill in such tax bills with a warrant signed by the mayor or of the city or any justice of the peace within the Canada.
I don't think.
That's
No.
pretty much spelling out, you can send one bill out, or you
Yeah,
can, so
We-
Doesn't
which
restrict.
is what we
how you
have
do it.
now.
you have two, right? You're sending out two tax bills.
Well, we,
One
no,
is
we get
a-
one, you get one tax bill.
You
that
get one
says
bill, but it's.
City and
And
school.
city and school are all the same one. We pay one bill.
if you could put just the first part of that, all of the aforesaid taxes may be included in one rate bill. Period.
All of the aforesaid taxes may be included in one rate bill, period. Yeah, I think that kind of needs to be there.
My apologies for what I missed, but when you
Okay.
finish that up, can I just get a reading of what was agreed upon for section 27?
That we're giving it to Jennifer to bring before the water and sewer tax.
Oh, no,
But
that
you can- you
27.
can-
Oh, it's 27.
Sale of,
Oh, okay, yeah, I can read it to you. We decided to break it down into 3 sections. The first one, A, is the city council shall not authorize the sale of city-owned real estate without voter approval. Part B, and this one is highlighted to come back to after we digest. The sale of personal property belonging to the city shall be approved by the city council for property valued over $100,000. The city manager shall approve sale of personal property up to $100,000. $100,000 is the bone of contention. And C, the city council may lease city real estate for a term not exceeding 5 years.
With no modifiers on, what the lease rate is.
No, because that would be part of a contract, and the city council's powers or duties is to approve all contracts. So that leaves some flexibility for, well, the unknown, maybe in the next few years.
Yeah.
Okay, city, number 28, we're keeping as is, we're not making any changes
Yeah.
except to,
Yeah.
and now we're on assessment of taxes, and we're going to replace number 29 with 805, with the exception of keeping in all of the, aforesaid taxes may be included in one rate bill. So we're striking out what's there and including the proposal 805. Do we want to go on to 30? Charlie's done a lot of work on 30.
Well, I just have one question. Does anybody know, and tax rates are different, commercial, residential, I understand, but I thought it was interesting that it capped the taxes here at 100 cents on the dollar of the grand list. Do you know what they currently are?
What, you mean in 20, where are you?
Section 29.
So he's
We're
looking at
we're just scrapping.
We're scrapping it. We're Xing it out.
He's just asking about the cap.
Like, where are we?
Oh.
Are we at 10 cents on the dollar, or?
I think Jennifer said 75 cents on the dollar.
No,
That's what it was.
that's what it
And they
used to
went
be.
to
What we
100.
are now, I'm not
Are
sure.
we,
So according to this chart, it's 100.
well, no, not, it's not to exceed that.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be that.
So I
Oh,
think
yeah,
Travis
oh,
is
yeah.
asking what percentage
Well, what it
are we
is
right
right
now
now.
being billed,
I mean,
and
is
I
it-
don't know.
I have no idea.
Is it important to keep, like, Charlie, I know that you have some strong opinions about spending in the school, but it'd be smart to have a cap at 100 cents on the dollar, or whatever, you know, maybe it needs to go up, I don't know, maybe we're at 110 cents on the dollar now, I just don't know what that rate is. But the city saw fit to cap that, so they couldn't, the taxes for the school couldn't exceed a certain amount.
That's all through the state.
But yeah, that's
Yeah,
part,
we don't-
that's what it
we
was.
don't-
School taxes.
The state
You have
has-
statewide property tax for school.
Yeah, the school is part of the state, it's not part of the,
We passed the bill Act 46, which is the worst thing we ever done in life as far as I'm concerned, and gave up local control of schools to the state.
Why does the school budget appear for our vote?
Because we have to collect taxes. We could, so there are,
It's pretty much symbolic.
it's pretty much symbolic, but yeah, because you can cut a bunch of stuff out of it, and the state still
Well,
charge you
it's
whatever they
because,
want to charge.
it's because
It's crap.
it's socialized.
Yep.
So we collect, the state collects all the taxes from all the towns, and then they, according to what your budgets are and everything, and then they send it out, and then it's special for this and special for that, so you might get more. You're taking from some, giving it to others.
So this doesn't cap what can be done.
No.
The state runs the whole ship.
Scrap it.
And all they can do over here, actually as a board, because they can't set, I mean, they can look at the budget and try to cut it down, and they send it off,
Yeah, but
decide,
you could, I mean, up here,
but the
we're
state,
generally pretty frugal
yeah,
on our, all the schools are pretty frugal on their school budgets.
yeah.
And even if they cut from the previous year, they can see their rates go up, or they can raise what they want, and they can see their rates go down. It doesn't matter anymore
Yeah.
what you're budgeting in your local
Yeah.
school district.
and then
So
there's
what
also
they
that,
do is, hire, fire, deal with teacher, that kind of stuff.
A lot of that's done by your SU now.
Yeah, probably. So the school board's done well.
But that, it also, that whole budget thing has to do with that equalized pupil thing.
Yeah, it was Act 60.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
well,
And
it's.
the whole idea was to save us all money.
Yeah.
And since that's happened,
And that's why I was
It's-
like, are we sure we want to get rid of this cap? The
It's,
cap
we
doesn't
can't.
matter.
it doesn't
The
matter.
state-
Yeah.
No, yeah,
control.
obviously. No,
So-
see, that's why I brought it up.
but
Okay.
what's happened since that Act 46, which was supposed to consolidate.
Okay, we're going down a rabbit hole now.
I found the grand list.
Did you?
Yeah, the grand list is $328,344,300. For the municipal grand list, the education grand list is $1 million more, I don't know why, about. It's 329
So
million.
theoretically, based on this, that's the amount they could tax. They could raise it up to 300 million.
But they can't go over it.
Can't go over it. So, yeah.
Okay,
All right,
30.
let's
let's,
try
revenues,
to tackle 30.
revenues, credit, and appropriations. Charlie, did you hand that, is that part of your handout?
Everybody's got it.
Okay. So I read this when it was late last night, when I was worrying
Well,
about.
it was late when I finished.
Yeah, so I didn't read it as
That's
good.
why I didn't send it out to everybody. It was 9:34. I wanted something in there for us to discuss. I thought we tried to address everything and then some from that, so.
Okay.
I think it covers everything.
Well, I think the $3.50 on the dollar of the grand list means, for instance, at that time, the maximum loan that they could take is $350, and you move the decimal point over 2, it
So that would
turns
be a
out.
billion.
And so you get a number of 350 times the 328, 328 did you mention? Of the grand list? Somewhere around $10 million would be the,
Well, our grand list is more than $3 million.
no, or, but you
What
have
did
to
you say,
move the
Dave?
decimal point.
328 million.
You move the
328.
decimal place two over is the way they tell you to make the calculation, and then multiply by 350. And then that would be a little bit better than a $10 million.
No,
That'd be
Be a
10 million
billion.
or 100 million?
be a billion.
No. 3 times
3.5 times
3.28,
328
but you have to move that decimal point. If you check everywhere where the state makes the calculations as to what that means, it means 3.5 times
328 million.
3.28 million, I think.
So 9.6 million. Yeah.
It's 10 million.
9.
So you're cutting it
Yeah.
down to, you're cutting it from
That's okay.
328 million to 3.2
No,
million.
Yeah. Just do it.
That
doesn't-
I thought we should just cut that out.
But that's your limit. If you don't have that, you don't have a credit limit. You don't have I'm sorry, not a credit limit. You don't have
Borrowing limit.
I'm sorry, borrowing limit. If you cut that out, then everything goes to the state, and the state gives them about,
Okay, so, so this is what I was thinking. So I'm reading it differently. Not to exceed $3.50 for every dollar on the grand,
and what that
which would be
means.
3.5 times the grand list, which would be $1 billion.
The state moves it. It does.
Then why
In
don't we
all
say
of its
35 cents?
calculations. I'm just saying there should be a debt limit. You don't have to phrase it that way. You can phrase it any way you want, but there should be a limit on how much the debt can be. And that's really the thing that, the council is struggling with, because if there's a debt limit, then some of your TIF borrowing will not be able to occur. But I do not think it should be unlimited and therefore up to the state, because the state's limit for us would be something like $32 million
borrow
just
without
for
the-
construction.
You can't borrow anything without the vote of the city. The city council can't just,
But it's the cumulative.
huh?
It's the cumulative.
Cumulative debt.
And that would be all sources, like even if it's water or sewer, it's cumulative.
Cumulative. We don't have the audit.
And
I don't have the expertise to tell you what that is, because I don't know what our current debt load is.
Our current debt limit, well, that's the question. See, this has that language of temporary loan in it. So the way Rick interprets it is, and the numbers have been agreed to even by Jim. He agrees that the amount that allows is about $10 million, a little less than $10 million. But the question is that they always thought that that applied to our total debt limit being $10 million. And that the phrase in, I think it's 34, when it says by law, meant that phrase applied and $10 million was our total limit. This, Rick would like to assume that meant for temporary loans only. And all that language was taken out so that we could go to the state. If you go to the state, there are debt limits in various places that would allow us to go up way above $30 million. It's $30 million just for the construction alone, because that's 10% of the grant list, according to the state statute on construction. So that would be $32 million. And then plus all the other places where you can take out additional debt. So the question really for you guys to decide is, should there be for this city a debt limit, a limit on credit?
You lost me at changing the
I don't
decimal point.
think
That's
so.
not what we-
And I'll tell you why. So, first, council would have to agree to it, the voters have to agree to it. The bond bank or whatever loaning institution you're going to has to agree to it. So you have to have the ability to be able to pay that back. Even if on a TIF district and everything shows fine, that's great, but if it doesn't go through, the voters are still on the hook for that. So the voters, I mean, you have to have the ability to pay it back. And if you're taking out, if you've got multiple loans out there and you're in, the city's in debt for $60 million, I don't think that they're gonna be able to get another loan for $30 million. It's
Self-limiting.
I think so. I don't know how anyone is going to loan the city money that they can't pay back. And it puts this, and that's the kind of information that the voters have, and, I think there's a lot of checks and balances on how much the city can borrow.
There's not enough. For example, the bank currently thinks that our budget is beautifully balanced, which would allow us to borrow a lot more, and yet we're still in debt, significantly in debt. And I heard that from the bank president, it was scary.
But they're comfortable with that. They're the ones giving the money.
Yeah, but
Now-
we have to pay it.
Sure, all the voters have to, but you have a vote on that too. Then if they want a TIF district, then they need to show that they can pay that money back before they can get any type of bonding at all. I
But
think
the way
there's a
you
lot
pay
of
it
checks
back,
on that.
the way you pay it back is to conceivably, if all things fail, as you mentioned, is
Increase
that
it.
we're going to
Right.
pick it up, and that means that we are going to pay for an additional $20 million debt over a period of time that we never intended to pay for.
But you as the voter have the opportunity to vote that up or down.
There has to be an awful lot of education that happens for that.
Yeah, but, okay, so let's get back to what needs to be in the charter.
So
As
the original people who put the charter together decided there should be a debt limit on how much the city should be allowed to borrow. Currently, obviously it was a lot less when the grand list was less. Currently, that allows them to borrow about $10 million.
I'm with Charlie. I can't find any, I'm curious how they came to that number of 10 million because I can't find any sort of calculation
If
that
you go-
makes 350 on the dollar come out to 10 million. It comes out
Okay,
to
if you go into the state,
over $1 billion.
right, if you go into the state statutes, you will find that they make that calculation in various places where that's, where they use that dollar on the grand list. And you will see that the numbers when they calculate it come out
In the
that way.
statute, an example of that?
I don't have it with me, but I will have it by the next time. I didn't bring it today.
the current revenue system,
But even if that wasn't, it isn't the number. The question is, do you want there to be a limit? Mike says, you don't need it. I think you do. And that is the critical reason in my mind why this council, in association with NDB, wants the charter change, wants to get rid of that limit.
Well, if it's $10 million,
Right now.
we should get rid of it, because that's ridiculous for the city.
I'm sorry, you think it's too low?
Absolutely.
We
could
have, we're
10
only
We
at-
could have $10 million into a sewer water plant increase. State could come in and say, you need to upgrade that sewer and water to current standards, and you need to do it. And we need to borrow, we need to bond for $10 million. Oh, can't do it because the charter says we can't. $10 million is, to the city of Newport, is way too, don't you think? I mean, it sounds like a lot of money, but when you start talking about the cost of upgrading sewer treatment, it's nothing. You may have to bond for it over 20 or 30 years, but you've pledged credit for $10 million for that one item, and that allows you no longer to be able to do anything until it's paid off.
Right now, I'm not sure, maybe someone here knows.
That's why
I
I thought,
think we have a debt maybe of total $6 million. Outstanding. We have a list of what debts we had that were put together. So I'm not saying it has to be 10 million, but I'm saying there should be a limit somewhere.
Mike, what are you weighing in on this?
I mean, again, I think there's a lot of checks on it, and I think if the council or somebody's bringing something to voters that's ridiculous, it's not gonna pass.
and the bank's not.
And the
gonna
bank's
pay
not
all.
gonna give you the
Bank's not
money,
gonna
or
give
the
you
bond
money.
bank.
Yeah, the state's
I
not
mean,
gonna
generally,
give you-
it's the bond bank that you're gonna go, short-term dollars, you go to the regular bank, but, you know, for big ticket items, you're gonna go to the Vermont Bond Bank, and they're just, if the numbers don't work, they don't work. It has to pencil out, and you have to have you're not just looking at whether or not you can pay it back, but if you're doing a project, they wanna make sure that it pencils out. If it doesn't,
But if it doesn't, if the project fails, then we're on the hook for $30 million over
Everybody's-
a 25-year period, or even if the bond bank, 30-year, they want all that money back. And that means we've got to pay it back with interest over that 30 years. I mean, and the thing is that once the TIF momentum gets started, the state wants to give us the TIF. I mean, you know, everybody.
Well, let me tell you, the state is.
They've denied a lot of
The
them.
state is not that crazy about handing tips out, because they're losing 75% of that revenue that goes to the school fund. So that means that everybody, all the other municipalities in the state are picking up the cost of that tip, right? And so the Ways and Means is not that happy about approving these tips.
But they're sticking in chips instead.
Chip
Which
is
is
a whole
another
different,
different-
that's a whole
that's
different
different.
animal.
It's unknown how that's going to work out with repaying and a lot of other criteria.
Chip's different than tip. It's
I mean,
similar, but it's different.
And saying that when they think it's feasible, saying that, you know, it's probably everything's gonna be built the way it should be and everything's gonna work out. But if it fails, saying that we can afford to pay twice as much
That's
in
the-
taxes,
That's the if, and that's where,
that's tough.
that's where the voters have to make the determination. Are you willing to take that gamble or not? And, you know, is it a 50-50, is it a 75-25? But it's, everything that's done, any development that's done, is a gamble. I mean, you can look at the cities that have used TIF. Montpelier tried one, they didn't go through with it. St. Albans has done very well with it. Winooski has done very well with it. Rutland just started theirs. I mean, if it's done right, you're probably not gonna lose.
That's a big if.
Well, but I don't know how much
There's a
TIF
lot
you
more.
need in Newport anyway. You just got $3 million from NBRC, to do upgrades to Main Street sewer. Whether or not you can then utilize that to enhance the TIF, because right now the TIF doesn't pencil out with what wants to be done on Main Street. You're not gonna get enough money in on taxes. So maybe that helps that, I don't know, but, I mean, there's a lot to it.
All I'm saying is that it can't hurt for us to have a limit, a ceiling on how much can be borrowed.
And
It
that's-
doesn't have to be 10 million.
And that's totally up to what people want. I mean, I don't see where you need it, but others may differ.
I'm worried that when our sewer plant is under review or whatever it's gonna go through, that we're gonna be told what has to be done. And we've gotta have available funds to be able to borrow the available funds to do it. Because we can't go without a sewer plant. And if we are too restricted, we have no idea what that's going to be. And I mean, fingers crossed, it's not gonna be as bad as I'm fearful what it might be. We can't limit ourselves too much.
And ordinarily, I'm all for austerity. You know, my operation doesn't survive if we don't scrutinize everything in and out.
Yeah.
So on surface, I agree with Ann. We should be electing people who are responsible, who set the limits on themselves for the prudent fiscal management of the city. But where we were a year ago, would we survive if we weren't able to restructure some debt? You know, what would have happened? Sometimes the only way to bail yourself out of a bad situation that the city obviously got itself into is with finance, right? And I think the time to set those limits is actually, as paradoxical as it sounds, when you're healthy and living by your budget. Because then you're not up against a wall and making a loan may be the only thing that saves you, especially if we're in this situation now And we've got this, a review of water and sewer coming up, which may require a loan. I agree, but I think that, try to look at it from both sides. Yes, it will restrict the people with, loose pockets that just want to go out and spend money, but it will also restrict the people that are trying to be fiscally responsible and dig us out of the hole. Because like debt or not, sometimes it's the only tool you can use to get yourself out of that situation. So I think I'm in agreement that not to have, I think it needs to be revisited. I think that there may be a time when a firm cap needs to be in place, especially if we find ourselves balanced and with a small cushion, so that we don't get that way again. But I think that we need flexibility, but the voters need to be educated and come in prepared to vote no on stuff that shouldn't be spent, that they see on the ballot.
So I'm gonna throw this out. So under Vermont state law, I just looked it up, a city's debt ceiling for public improvements is generally capped at 10 times the amount of revenues.
That's
10 times
10 times the,
the amount of its grand list. 10 times.
And how I read it.
So-
oh, and the
it's-
grand list is, it's 10%.
That would be.
Yeah, so that
Not
would be
10%,
32
10 times.
million.
10
10 times.
Not 10 times. 10 times is 10 times. 10 times the grand list.
So what did you just say?
They don't mean, 10 times 30, 320
That's what
million.
they do.
If
No.
it's 328 million, 10 times that would be over $2
$32
billion.
billion.
Right,
It would be what?
or 32.
32
Yeah.
billion,
Yeah.
32 billion.
32 billion?
No.
Yeah, that
No, and that's where the
That's where-
calculation moves it
It's
over.
ridiculous, yeah.
But nobody's gonna give us $32 billion,
No.
because
So-
we don't have that kind of
In
credit.
Burlington, cities like Burlington calculate their general obligation debt limits. They do
Debt
have
limits.
at 10% of the grant.
10%.
That's
Oh,
thirty.
yeah.
So that's what
No, but I'm
the
just
cities are
saying-
capping versus what the state allows. The
Yeah.
state
While this is
allows
the
10
standard
times.
state level, it is helpful to know
Okay.
that other communities have done less.
Yeah, so Burlington is being really, really conservative compared to what the state allows.
Yeah.
In doing what?
Being conservative.
With their debt limit, they're saying
what the state
10%, not 10 times. So that's,
And that seems reasonable,
Opposite
32 million.
direction.
That's, yeah, I think 32 million is, but that's only for construction. Did you not read at the very beginning, it's only for construction? And then you add on all the other possibilities.
No, general obligation debt limit at 10%.
Yeah, that's everything.
Actually, I think that that's only for construction, but I will
Doesn't
bring
say
in more
that.
stuff next time.
For the GO bond,
Pardon?
the general obligation bond.
Is that only for construction?
Whatever we owe, whatever obligation. That's
Okay.
general
Well, we would
obligation.
bond, generally, if they're bonding, they're bonding to build something.
I remember when I mentioned that to the attorney who was online that day, he said that was only for the construction part. And then you could have more debt for other things.
Yeah, you can have a cash flow, something to help you with cash flow.
Can I make a suggestion here that, so this debt limit is an issue under this section. What about what else is here? Can I put up here at the top, revisit debt limits, and then see how we feel about the other the other parts of this section? I feel like debt limits need to be revisited. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, I think that 10% for the debt limit would be all encompassing, not just construction. This would have to be your total debt limit for everything.
Yeah.
And that would be $32 million. And like Mike said, your financial institutions are look at that and say, well, is Newport going to be able to repay $32 million? And they may just tack you up well below that.
Yeah, well, the bank's not gonna loan you any money unless you prove that you can pay for it.
When you say we're continuing on,
Well-
you mean on?
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to go back to it. So why don't we put 10% in there? That's 32 million.
Can I, so,
Put it
are we
that
on
way.
A? Would you add that in here on A,
Yeah.
where we, for a period of not more than one? The current revenues of the city shall consist of money raised by taxation from fines and other lawful sources, and such revenues shall constitute the entire sum from which appropriations and payments are to be made according to law by or under the authority of the city council. We good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The credit of the city, other than by temporary loans, now, for a period of not more than 1 year,
That's a line of credit, basically.
line of credit. Then we have not exceeding $3.50 on the dollar of the grand list of the city for the time being. So is that where you're saying, let's put in 10%, not
10% of the year.
not exceeding 10% of the grand list?
I like that a lot better than $3.50 on the dollar.
Yeah.
But that isn't the amount you want for temporary loans. A temporary loan only lasts a
We're not
year. Are
talking
you
about
gonna allow
temporary
the
loans.
city to
Temporary,
But this is the
borrow?
credit of the city, other than by temporary
So just-
loans.
Don't even look at other contemporary loans.
other than temporary loans means,
Can we just,
Short-term.
which we do every year to borrow in anticipation of tax revenue.
so should we strike out other than for temporary
No,
loans?
no.
No,
No,
the credit of the city,
just for,
other than by temporary loans, shall not exceed,
Temporary loans for a period of not more than 1 year.
right,
Because what that does is it restricts, that loan has to be paid off within the current budget. So you can borrow money in anticipating that other money coming
period
in.
of not more than 1 year.
Yeah, but this is the language that got us into trouble about whether or not the credit limit or the debt limit applied only to temporary loans or applied to all loans.
Well, it says other than,
Yeah.
so it would not apply to temporary loans.
She meant to reverse it, long-term, whether it applied to
Yeah.
long-term and temporary.
yeah, I mean, just for clarity, I would break those out. You talk
Yeah.
about temporary loans and then you talk about long-term.
That would be better.
So then we would put the credit of the city shall not exceed 10% of the grand list.
Yes.
Or 10 cents per dollar.
No.
Yeah, let's put
No, no,
10%
let's
shall
not do
not
that.
exceed.
All right.
No, I think it, and so Burlington does not spell this out in their charter, they spell it out in their policy, which
Yeah.
I'm reading through right now. And in their municipal financial, their financial policy and municipal debt. So that's the policy I'm reading right now. The city has the authority to issue general obligation debt up to 10% of the grand list, or approximately 10% of the assessed value of real and personal property in the city. They know that this is the state of Vermont law. So there is, I do see where that confusion is, because they're saying that, and this doesn't really matter, but they're saying 10 times the amount of the grand list is 10% of the assessed value of property in the city. So
Right,
we're gonna
that's
need to
what-
dig into that further, but if we say 10%, that just is tough.
So
We say
that's in
10.
their policy?
This is in their policy.
What is their
State law says 10 times.
which is 10%.
It's
But that's,
But-
that's because the decimal needs to be moved.
Right, but
When
if we
they talk
say,
about the grand list, they mean
if we
100th of the
say
grand list.
10%
Well, then 10%,
though.
then why don't we just spell it out?
Yeah,
Good,
okay,
that's right.
10% of the assessed value of real and personal property, or 10% of the grand list, those mean the same thing, at
Right.
least according to this policy, so we
Right.
can say that. Then they say, tax anticipation notes, they spell out literally every kind of a loan that you can get. And they say tax anticipation notes are temporary loans not exceeding during any quarter of the fiscal year 25% of the annual tax assessment and repaid from quarterly property tax installment receipts. Then they go and they do the same thing for revenue bonds. So they spell out every kind of short or long-term loan you can get. Now, this is not in their charter, though. This is in their policy. So do we need to have it in the charter? I don't know, but that's just what another city is, how another city is handling it.
Well, if we have it, if we continue as, you know, building off of, updating what was originally there. When we say the credit of the city, they had it not exceeding $3.50 on the da-da-da-da-da. But if we say the credit of the city shall not exceed 10% of the grand list and stop it there, what do we then do with, other than by temporary loan? Oh, and for a period of not more than 1 year, da-da-da-da-da.
I think you have to have separate statements.
Okay.
that-
So I'm stopping
that-
at grand
that,
list.
The city council can, assume these temporary loans for no more than a year.
So, yeah, so I guess we could say general obligation debt, if we wanted to really spell it out, instead of saying the credit of the
Because
city.
you wanna be careful, if you say 10%, then you're stuck at 32 million for, all debt.
Yeah.
But there's also revenue bonds, which you can't get one unless you can show that the revenue pays the bond back.
And those are spelled out as separate, those are spelled out
But those are
separate.
policies.
Right, in
They're
the
not,
policy.
so what does the charter,
Um,
what does Burlington's charter say about how they deal with
I have it right.
overall debt?
Let's see. I have all the charters pulled over.
So I was just trying to summarize this conversation a little. City council can assume general obligation debts by temporary loans for a period of not more than 1 year.
And I don't think that they're
Is
general
that-
obligation
I
loans.
think they're just,
What are they called?
well, I think Burlington actually spelled it out. They have, it sounds like quarterly payments on your taxes.
So they say, well, they talk about a lot of different things, so, after they, okay, so they say the city has authority to issue general obligation debt up to 10% of the grand list. Then they say, other methods of financing are revenue bonds, revenue anticipation notes, long-term lease debt, notes payable, and tax anticipation notes, and they define most of those, not all of them, but they do in their policy define what those are. So having said that though, in their charter,
But I was saying assume general obligation debt by temporary loans. So
I
some,
think probably the temporary ones are more like revenue anticipation.
Yeah.
revenue and tax anticipation.
Or by-
so are you saying we should spell that out?
Yeah, if you want to differentiate between the temporary and long-term debt.
They do, they set theirs at 25% of anticipated tax.
And that makes me think that they have quarterly payments on their taxes.
Yeah.
That's what we're moving to.
I think the important part of that sentence, other than for the limit, was the credit of the city, other than by temporary loans for a period of not more than 1 year, shall not be pledged except by the authority of the legal voters of the city. So what that sentence is saying is if you want a debt for more than a year, you've got to get the consent of the legal voters. And really the debt limit in there is not, it confused everybody. So that should be a separate idea, wherever it comes.
Yeah.
Okay? So are we keeping, we're on A, which is, because that's the way the current charter had it set up. We're keeping the credit of the city shall not exceed,
Other than by temporary loans for a period of not more than 1 year, shall not be pledged except by the authority of the legal voters of the city. That includes the concept that long-term loans have to be approved by the citizens. Temporary loans,
Yep.
not exceeding 1 year, shall not require that. Then you need something on the debt limit somewhere in this thing. But that's really what the idea of that sentence in my mind was to be. And such temporary loans and all in debt, the rest goes along with it.
If nothing else, I think that first sentence, that sentence with the sheriff, would be happy.
yeah, I just missed it. The city council may authorize and incur short-term indebtedness without voter approval when such indebtedness is incurred to meet temporary cash flow or operational needs and is fully repaid within the same fiscal year in which it is issued.
That's asking for a lot of trust.
No, that
They
to
already
me
have it. They
sounds
have a
like,
line of credit.
it sounds
I
like
know
that.
Yeah.
It's in short-term, that sounds to me like when you're anticipating taxes coming in.
Yeah.
But you got something you've got to pay right now.
We can anticipate a lot of things that doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah, but it's here, I mean, if it's,
I think it would be great to include the thought that all debt exceeding.
Paragraph two.
Pardon?
That's paragraph 2 is gonna, it deals with
Yeah.
the long-term debt thing and it requires
But-
a vote.
Or requires
Yeah.
requires the vote of the city.
I gotta put this in first.
We okay going further, 11:30? Huh?
I thought it was still there.
Well, yeah, I think,
With a vampire.
What?
Oh,
I thought we'd be on 40.
I'm good.
You thought we'd be done.
It would be nice to get through this number 30 because then we're done.
I keep thinking it's all downhill after.
I think we're gonna be able to get rid of 38, 39, I think is. Okay,
Today you still need a section on what the debt limit is, and that could be in either 30 or in, I think it's 34, the pledge of credit.
no long-term indebtedness or other obligation extending beyond the fiscal year shall be incurred unless first approved by a majority of the legal voters voting thereon at a duly warned meeting of or election. And where does that fit?
So the first one's a period of short-term lending, right? The
Yeah.
1-year stuff, that takes care of the long-term lending and saves the paragraph right after. Well, it takes care of the fact that it has to be voted on to take effect. And then the third paragraph is the total debt, it's the debt limit.
I'm just putting in what Travis sent, and then we're gonna fix it.
Well, I think everyone,
Well,
Just
so we
a-
can go from there.
yeah.
I'm putting
Yeah, because the
parentheses.
way it was written originally, I hate it when they build sentences backwards like that.
Well, I got a feeling when it was first done,
Yeah, it wasn't backwards to them.
exactly.
a solution for the long-term debt. You could put in $32 million unless otherwise authorized by the voters. So that if you get into a situation where you have to do your sewer treatment plant at $50 million.
Well, then you could lower that 32 to something more reasonable, like 20, 25.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Okay,
Well, I mean,
I mean,
we're
we
using
could-
32 because it's 10%, right?
Yeah,
So we're not saying 32, we're saying 10%.
10%.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
of the
Or
grand
we could
list.
lower it to 9 or 8%.
Do whatever we want to do.
Well,
Why-
10, I think,
Why would we
I
want?
think 10% is because that aligns with state law, and certainly we can be more conservative with state law, but
For a small town, 10% is a lot. It means that 10% of the value of your house is now in the hands of the city if they're at the 32 million.
I mean, potentially, yes, but 10%, I mean, when you're talking about percentages, 10% is 10% no matter the size of the town. So, I mean, that's the advantage of percentages versus fixed amounts. And I don't, and it's not saying that it has to hit 10%, it's just saying not exceeding 10%, that's your cap.
But this town has stayed within the cap of 10 million for all of the 100 years that this charter has been in effect. We haven't exceeded the $10 million cap.
Well, that wasn't a cap though, that's just what we haven't exceeded.
I'm sorry?
$10 million isn't an official cap though, that's just an amount we haven't
Well,
exceeded.
That 30, remember, the $3.20 on the grand list came out to 10 million. That's what Jim thought, and that's really the way you just did your calculations for Burlington. That's what Burlington thought that meant.
Well,
We've not exceeded $10 million in any year that we've existed, and now you're gonna take it up to $32 million. Ouch.
Yeah, but.
First of all, I'm not 100% sure we've never exceeded that. I mean, you're making that statement.
No, Jim said we have never violated that. We've never exceeded our debt
Limit.
cap, debt limit.
Yeah. Which you're claiming is 10 million.
Which Jim claimed was 10 million.
Okay, my claim is, yeah. Anyways,
I'm saying it's a lot. Double it? Yeah, maybe, but 3 times, more than 3 times.
Can we, so, still on A. The credit of the city shall not exceed 10% of the grand list. Are we okay with that as it, for right now?
I'm fine with
And then, and shall not be pledged, okay, so this part here, shall not be pledged except by authority of the legal voters of the city. Such temporary loans and all debts incurred by the city council shall be deemed expenditures and shall be paid by the city council during the fiscal year in which they are contracted.
That's just for the temporary ones.
For the, oh,
It's
such.
requiring a temporary
Okay, we
loan.
haven't even talked about temporary. So then Travis has this word. The city council may authorize and incur short-term indebtedness without voter approval when such indebtedness is incurred to meet the temporary cash flow or operational needs and is fully repaid within the same fiscal year in which it is insured. Is that before the credit of the city?
You've got things twice. That
Right.
was in
So I'm trying to,
substitution.
that's what I'm trying to figure
Yeah,
out where,
mine was more meant as in substitution.
of,
Definitely paragraph A,
Accredited to the city other than by temporary loans.
B is covered in the second paragraph.
yeah, well, let's stick, my brain's on A.
Yeah, so
So you're
So
proposing,
you would keep, I don't even think A needs to be A. I think that the statement up until,
well, it's A in the current charter.
no, I know, I just think that it should be a non-A, that the current revenues of the city shall consist of the monies, et cetera, all the way down to authority of the city council. That
Okay.
should just be a standalone, you know, like if you look at 29, just a
Okay.
paragraph under there.
How does everyone feel about that? It's kind of like an introduction. We've done that on many of the other sections. It's like the disclaimer. Are we okay with that? I'm gonna take the A out and leave that, and then, now we're at the sentence that reads,
Now A should be the temporary loan part, whichever wording we adopt. It should be, I think it should be the temporary loan piece. And if you were gonna keep the city's wording,
the credit of the city, okay, which is the city's wording, the credit of the city other than by temporary loan, but then we were proposing after the word city, putting in shall not exceed 10% of the grand list.
Unless,
I think that should be another bullet point further down. When we talk about a cap, I think the cap should stand on its own. I think the first part, if you're gonna give the city the ability to make a temporary loan for cash flow, not for a project, then you should just have that as a. The problem I have with what's written after city council, the credit of the city, other than temporary loans, it's just, it's antiquated language. It should
Yeah,
just
okay.
say temporary loans, I'm paraphrasing, temporary loans can be made by the city council without a vote, right? Because the voting part for bigger loans, that's in another section.
Right, so but this part that you put in, the city council may authorize and incur short-term indebtedness without voter approval when such indebtedness is incurred to meet temporary cash flow or operational needs and is fully repaid within the same fiscal year in which it is issued. Are you proposing that that becomes B?
No,
Or
that becomes A.
do we keep in the 10% of the grand list?
I think that is a separate
That could
section.
be a B or C.
That would be a B or
I
a
mean,
C.
basically, all that blah, blah, blah from AI is the same as saying temporary loans. They're not, have to be paid back within a year. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, it's just 5 sentences instead of one. But I don't care.
and then
The-
B, I
the
think if you're.
Content is the same.
I think your cap should be last, right, because you're talking about different kinds of indebtedness, so your temporary loans and your long-term voted on loans, and then if you want to cap it, put capping as your last option.
And if you do that, you're gonna include the temporary loans in your cap, which is fine,
Yes.
but which is what they getting away
They
from.
were,
You
yes.
know, So
Burlington,
that's the change.
I will say, like, Burlington doesn't have any of this in their charter, it's in their policy. So they don't spell it out to this detail in their charter. But just because we've been using Burlington as an example, in their policy, they do set caps on both temporary loans and long-term.
What's the temporary loan?
25% of the annual tax assessment.
So it's revenue.
Because they're paid for it.
A revenue
Yeah.
bond.
That's why you're doing that, and I'm fine with that too, because that's probably the only temporary loan you're gonna do.
They're talking about something called a tax
Although,
anticipation.
it's not necessarily.
Tax
Tax or-
anticipation loan, that is,
Yeah,
that
or
is
bond
where you expect tax to come in next month and you're paying out, or you need money now to pay it out.
Yeah.
But you know that by the end of the year, you should be caught up.
Which we, like I said, we have a line of credit at some state. That falls neatly into that category. They go and take what they need and payroll, whatever.
All right, do we like how this is So we have the disclaimer at the top, then A is the city council may authorize and incur the short-term indebtedness without voter approval when such indebtedness is incurred to meet temporary cash flow or operational needs and is fully repaid within the same fiscal year in which it is issued. That's A. Then I took B from what you said, Travis, no long-term indebtedness or other obligation extending beyond the fiscal year shall be incurred unless first approved by a majority of the legal voters voting thereon at a duly warned meeting or election. Right?
You have to vote on that.
So we've got the short term, we've got the long term, and then the other thing you've got on here,
That's the cap.
the aggregate principal amount of all outstanding bonded and long-term indebtedness of the city shall not exceed 10% of the city's equalized, that's just a lot of words for what we already said.
It says that the equalized grand list is favored in Vermont over just the grand list, but I will admit, I don't know what an equalized grand list is.
What is the other
An
one?
equalized grand list,
That's your state. Utilize.
That's what the state uses for the school.
but you can take that out.
Which you can
Yeah, I didn't have that in
can
here.
raise or lower.
Because they take stuff out of the state,
So do
I'm
you
not
think-
sure the city does.
So do you think the entire indebtedness should cap at 10%? Or do you think it should be separate?
But it's not indebtedness. Well,
No, yeah,
yeah, it is, but we've used the word the credit of the
We
city.
can.
well,
we can
that's what
sub
the
it in.
credit of the city
No,
is. Pledging credit,
Yeah,
pledging the
I-
credit of the city.
It's not the same as the credit one.
No. Pledging the credit of the
Yeah,
city
pledge.
is saying,
Yeah, it's a full faith.
and that's the way it's worded in most places.
So are you,
Full faith in credit.
so are you saying pledging the credit of the city shall not exceed 10% of the grand list?
Of the pledged credit of the city
Yeah.
The
instead of indebtedness. Or, yeah.
pledged credit of the city.
Generally now we say full faith and credit.
You say what?
Full faith and credit.
Instead of pledged credit.
Or
Yeah.
you can say pledging full faith and credit of the city. We say full faith and credit of the state.
Full faith
Faith
in credit of the city, the pledge to
Full-
full faith
And
in
credit
credit
of the city.
That's a tongue twister. Say that fast, but,
shall not exceed 10% of the grand list. But now this part, shall not be pledged except by authority of the legal voters of the city. Pledge full faith in credit of the city shall not, so do we, so are we striking through that part? Shall not be pledged except by authority of the legal voters of the city?
I think it's already been covered, hasn't it?
That's what I was just gonna say.
should we put a disclaimer on the 10%?
Meaning,
Saying unless approved by unless shall not exceed 10% unless approved by the voters of the city. And the only reason I'm saying that, I'll go back to the sewer and water. We've got an old plant
there we go.
and if they told you you had to put phase 4 on there and increase that could be 20 million.
Considerably more.
It could be 50 million. So if we put it in our charter, we can't do more than whatever.
You're not expecting to have to take out all of that money as off
You
the
have to pay
taxpayers.
whoever builds it when they build it. So somebody,
But you're gonna get grants up the kazoo
Maybe.
if, otherwise the state can't expect all of these cities to come up with.
state can give you a loan for 50 years. Yeah, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I
You're
really,
gonna
I
get
don't
grants,
know. I
you
don't know.
gotta get grants for some of that building.
Yeah, well, you know, grants probably one of these days are gonna run out because grants are just somebody else's money.
The state's getting
Something to do.
200 to 400.
They're not gonna last
Fed,
I'm sorry, Mike, what did you say?
Federal government sending, I think, either 200 or 400 million 4 or 5 different communities in the state to upgrade their plants. That's just,
That's grant money.
yeah, but it's,
Well, that's great.
I think it's 400 million, but
Oh, it's all-
that's a lot of money
somewhere.
for just 4 or 5 communities.
Well, because it's
Exactly.
upgrading a sewer treatment plant is a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it is.
So we have, you know, I don't want to get into why I know that, but I know that. That's what scares me when we limit us to 32. Let's say we have to pledge to do that before, or a percentage of that before we get the grant. And then if we exceed the 32 million, say, what? So what do? Shut our sewer treatment plant down? Because we limited ourselves in the charter
So you want like a.
and the state's requirement.
Well, I like
I
how.
think 10% is great, but we ought to have an out for because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, unless
That
approved
would
by the
have to be
voters.
approved by the city voters to increase the debt, which is what the federal government does all the time. They have to vote to increase the debt.
Right, so
So that's kind of what I'm
So
suggesting.
should it
We don't
be a
get
vote?
Huh?
So if we don't vote,
No, state of Vermont, no, the people,
But-
the people will.
the people.
But
So
can we
should it be
agree-
a vote to increase the 10%, or should it be a vote on that project?
No, I think-
Whatever's gonna push us over the limit.
it could be cumulative.
Yeah.
Well, of course, yeah, but once
So-
we're at 10.
No, I just think it should be, if we're gonna, if something's gonna happen where we have to exceed it, then we have to have a
Can
vote.
I phone a friend,
Sure.
Certainly.
talk to legislative council, and get an idea from them on how municipalities are dealing with debt limit?
Writing it down,
And
Mike. Well, phone a friend.
because every community, well, every community that has water sewer, a lot of them are going through this now, and if their debt limit is, through state statute, is limiting them to 10% of their grand list, then I don't know how some of them are going to be able to pay for any of this stuff.
State statute says 10 times, it's not 10%.
No, they're saying though, they're saying that the way that statute interprets that though is 10%. That's what Burlington's
That's
financial
exactly right.
policy said.
Well, I thought Burlington just cut it
No,
themselves.
they said,
They're just saying it in plain language.
the
Yeah.
debt limit provided by Vermont
can
law
people
is
can
10 times the amount of the ground list or approximately 10% of the assessed value of real and personal property in the state. So they're saying that 10 times the amount of the ground list is equivalent to approximately 10% of the assessed value of
That's
real and
exactly
personal
what I
property in
was
the
talking
city.
about.
I know what they're saying, it makes, I'm a
Okay, I think we
That makes no freaking
I
sense
think
to
if
me.
Mike looks into that further
I
for
think
us,
that's
that
what I
would
think needs to
clear up
happen.
a lot of stuff.
So that's why we get the 10%, so we're still at 10%. So
Still
that's
at
fine.
10%.
But do we want to put a clause in there that
Well,
that allows us to
Well,
increase?
the question is, can you, right? Can you go above what the state says you can, only what your limit is, right? The state's saying your limit is
Well, leave it-
10%
leave it-
above your grand list.
Leave it at 10%. If we ever get to that point, then
Shall not exceed 10% of the grand list unless approved by the voters of the city. I put up here, Mike, you're gonna make a call.
I thought you were just getting
Come
rid
back.
of the unless.
huh?
I thought you were getting rid of the unless because that would be.
I say you leave it in here, we leave it in here
I'll
until
find
Mike
out.
talks to his constituents.
But I think the way,
Colleagues.
the way that reads is that you've given the city council the authority to bond up to 10%
Of the
without
grand list.
voter approval,
Right, that's how it
right?
reads.
And then if you wanna go above that, then you have to get voter approval. I would almost think you want voter approval,
So,
going even up to the 32 million.
I think so too.
This
As
is-
a council member, I wanna be protected. that this is what the city wants.
So this is covered by states.
But that is also covered by the rest, that the voters get to vote on any long-term.
Wait, Danny, what were you gonna say?
So the state statute, looking at the state statute that sets that 10% limit, and it doesn't cover, okay, so what it says is bonds or obligations given or created in excess of the limit authorized by the subchapter and contrary to its provisions shall be billed. So the state could come in and say,
Give the municipality the authority to bond for that.
yes, that's the thing. However, the provisions of the subchapter as to the debt limit shall not apply to bonds issued under section 1752 or 1754 of this title relating to the ordinary expenses of a municipality. So what they're saying is that the city can issue bonds that are outside of the rules of that state statute. So the state
So it's
statute
proper.
does provide for situations like what Charlie's saying, where they need money in excess of the debt limit, like for a water treatment plant or something. But that would be a separate bond issuance that is covered under a separate statute. I can look up.
Which is really bad, because now the debt limit has no limit.
I wanna just say that I think we should just leave it like we've got A, B, and C right now. Mike's going to do his research or with speaking to his colleagues in Montpelier. As far as our budget, our charter goes,
I think you've gotta add one thing, because by taking this into sections, you leave out the part where it says, this shall not be pledged except by the authority of legal voters of the city. 'Cause
this,
even
so,
under the cap.
Yeah.
this,
It says in section B that any long-term debt has to be voted on.
By the voters.
yeah. No
No,
long-term.
I don't know what's A, B, and C
Yeah.
Yeah.
anymore, I mean, I'm.
Yeah.
I am going
It's there.
to suggest that we table this until we have some time to think about it and Mike has some time to talk to the state, because I personally would like to keep reading through the state statute on indebtedness and see, because it's a very long title. It has literally hundreds of of clauses in it, and I would really like some time to read through those, because I have a feeling that everything that we're arguing right now is actually covered by state statute, and we're probably reinventing a lot of the wheel. Maybe
Right.
not the whole wheel,
Trying to.
but yeah, a good portion that we're actually not.
But the piece here, Danny, like so many other sections, what parts of those state statutes do we feel strongly need to be in our charter?
Well, I'm less worried about what we feel strongly need to be in and what we can't actually alter. There's parts of the state statute that will always supersede anything that we say, and what I would like to understand is what those are before we move forward. Because if we say something and the state comes in and overrides it, or just doesn't pass our charter because the language is contrary to what the state requires through its statutes, what
Well,
are we doing?
I think that's exactly what Mike will find out when he
Yeah.
talks to,
That's why
that
I'm
committee,
saying, I
right,
think
Mike?
we need to.
Well, they can, I mean, the committee can, they can alter whatever we put in.
right.
And whatever, I mean, if the city votes to send it on to Montpelier, then they can alter anything. So if it's contrary to statute,
They'll tell us.
But I would like to not spend more time on something that they're gonna change, which is why I think that we need to table it for today.
All right.
I will float this out there, mainly so you hear, I have seen suggestions that you exclude any enterprise, water and sewer should not be included in the general obligation debt, that the cap should be on the general obligation debt, because water, as a standalone, has its own income and its own outgoing, and
Those would be
it should
revenue bonds.
able to- Yeah. it
those
should
would be revenue bonds, they wouldn't be GO bonds.
Right, exactly, so that those are, water and sewer debt
Yeah.
is different than,
Yeah, well, but if we're saying GO bonds, then it's not going to include the revenue bond.
right.
Okay, we can do that, but before, can we look at the current B and C.
Yep.
The current B says all appropriations for specific purposes made at any annual or special meeting in said city shall, unless otherwise directed by the voters, be paid out of current revenues for that year and shall be deemed as expenditures by the city council.
Should be taxed.
Cat, right?
Yeah.
Charlie, you've got
That's
that
all
in
your-
there.
That's all your
Leave it.
appropriations that are
Okay.
in.
I
So
just
that's-
put it in there because we've talked about budgets and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. And this is after the budget's done, they
Yeah.
vote on it.
Right,
And
same
Just
thing.
saying you have to include it.
Then the next part, original C, begins with the city council shall not exceed, and the proposal is adding the words except as provided below, then keeping what's already there.
Yeah. I can tell you why I did it.
Yeah.
Because it's what we have now. Is pretty restrictive. So I put these sections, these particular things in are things that have come about over the years. Some of it's in state statute. State statute allows a lot more than what I put in here. But these are borrowing for emergencies, which we don't have in this charter. For a flood or something like that, gives them the ability for up to 5 years for emergencies to borrow whatever they need to take care of stuff. Because otherwise you have to go to a vote of the city. So the second one is tools and equipment that are necessary to,
So this is kind of what Burlington did, is they're
No.
spreading, so you're spelling all of this out based on past experience or?
well, I think we should
anticipation?
because our charter doesn't allow any
Yeah.
of that. That's why I put that in.
That's what I'm wondering, because Burlington has done it through policy. What's the different, what's provided for in their charter that allows them to do that?
They have, I have to go, so I do have to.
Yeah.
But they do have some language about debt, but most of it is covered under their bond provisions in their charter. They must issue a lot more bonds than we do because
Mhm.
they have tons of language about bonds and
Mhm.
very little language about credit or debt outside of bonds. So my guess is that we're kind of comparing apples to oranges
Mhm.
by looking at Burlington. Maybe we should look at a different municipality
Yeah.
because they seem to be, for the sake of their loans and things that they're
Yeah.
taking out, paying those back with bonds. That my understanding is that those are all voted by.
The city of Burlington, I believe, is the only city that can bond itself.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that
That's what I'm
has
thinking, like, as I
accredited
was
bonds.
reading
Everybody
through
else
it.
is the muni bond bank.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, and that may be why they can handle a lot of it in policy.
Okay,
But I think.
I'll find out.
Yeah, I think there might be a better.
I'm gonna propose that we've done a lot of work today, and that we maybe, this is where we're going to start on our next meeting.
Well, we got the three things done that we
We
said.
did a little more than that.
Not really. Not sure.
Yeah, we,
I'm not sure we got the three things.
It's not based on the amount of.
But it depends if you have a charter.
Right.
hold
So,
on here.
I don't know.
If you don't have a charter, then
Our next
follow the
meeting,
state
before we go, next
statute.
week
Yeah, but not all towns.
is the
are.
week that we had said we would take off because of,
Which week?
Charlie can't be with us
Next week.
next week.
You couldn't hit it, right?
No, mine changed. I know, my life keeps changing.
Oh, we're supposed to be done, right?
Okay, hold on.
First pass?
Well, I mean, we're never gonna get done at this rate.
We're almost done, we're almost done.
No, we're not.
Yes, we
You're
are.
agreeing.
Yes, we are. Stop,
What?
stop, stop.
41? Is that right?
Okay,
We're so close.
So we've already,
okay, hold on.
we've already did the.
Next week. You're right. Wait,
Well, you can-
what's today?
It was both of us weren't gonna.
I
be
can't
here.
be there next Wednesday. Charlie can't be there Monday
Monday
or
or
Wednesday. So we're definitely not gonna meet on Wednesday.
But you can meet Monday, yeah.
Do we wanna meet without Charlie here on Monday?
I mean, whatever you want to do.
It's fine with me.
I don't
mean, we
have-
just-
We're gonna if nothing, it can be a shorter session, we're gonna hash out number 30.
Okay, sounds good to me. But no meeting on Wednesday.
No meeting on Wednesday. Dennis, did you hear that?
Yes.
We're not
okay.
gonna meet on the 22nd.
Right,
We will meet on Monday, and the agenda is to hash out number 30.
And I'll try to get, info.
Because then there'll be research done. 31 is a transitional thing that I think we don't touch. And 32 is the bonds of city officers.
I think we kind of hashed that out.
So
have quite a bit.
we can look at 31, 32, 33. And then 34, this pledge of credit, isn't that what we've been doing?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, well,
And we'll
that's the
stop there,
problem.
we're gonna stop there.
30 and 30 weeds into 34, but this basically just tells you, once you pledge the credit, how it process is
Yeah.
processed. I think that's all.
All right, so for our Monday meeting, we're gonna hash out 30. We can look ahead to some of this other, can we all look at 38 and see if that can be struck out? It's called paupers.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Wow,
That's long gone.
long gone.
I'm surprised it happened on Starbucks.
Well, because we haven't done a
Another-
charter review.
The other maybe that,
I think back then they were overseas, still overseas.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that 66 was when they struck out the overseer.
Was that?
so
Well,
then,
and interestingly enough, I talked to somebody about the history of that. When Newport became a city under this charter, they had, I don't know who it was, but they had paupers who were basically wards of the town, and they had to ensure that they were cared for. They lobbied under.
And that wasn't just Newport, that was all
That was-
cities,
yeah.
that was how public,
Yeah.
that was just how it was back then, and all cities had position for paupers.
Yeah.
Most of them had a poorhouse, and the overseer of the poor run the
Yeah.
poorhouse.
yeah, we had that in our charter too.
Somebody call the meetings like me.
Okay, goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to end this meeting. We'll see you on Monday, Dennis.
yes, I will be there.
Okay, thank you.
And then you can tell me if Monday on the 27th, you guys have already got
All right.
everything.